Aha. Czy mnie już widać? To w takim razie, skoro mnie widać, to było takie trochę głupawe pytanie. Bardzo miło jest Państwa powitać na drugim dniu konferencji Definiowanie przestrzeni architektonicznej 22 pod tytułem Avant-Gardy architektury. Zapraszam na pierwszą sesję, którą poprowadzą pan profesor Słyk, pan profesor Marek Pabich i pan profesor Wojciech Bonenberg. Przekazuję głos moderatorom i zapraszam do oglądania prezentacji.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. I do apologize for not being with you today, and it's really pity to me of not being able being in Krakow at this important meeting held by the Krakow University of Technology, National Institute of Architecture and Urban planning, that thanks for this invitation at such important congress. I will try to explain means that I will have for my speech in describing what the avant-garde
dotyczące spojrzenia na współczesną awangardę w projektowaniu. Zastanowię się nad tym, co ona oznacza w kontekście architektury dzisiaj.
Process of making town, of course, is reflect
proces, którym będę się zajmował, oczywiście odzwierciedla tę złożoność naszej dzisiejszej sytuacji, naszego społeczeństwa, w szczególności w tych bardzo trudnych dniach. I jest mi niezwykle przykro, jak widzę, co się dzieje w innych państwach, jak widzę, co dzieje się u naszych sąsiadów i mam tu na myśli oczywiście wojnę w Ukrainie. To sprawia, że martwię się niezwykle o naszą przyszłość.
Anyway, this is one of the
tak czy inaczej, jest to jeden z aspektów, jeden z elementów naszej rzeczywistości. No musimy z tym wszystkim żyć. Problem, z którym zmaga się dziś architektura, jest utrata znaczenia. Ten nowy liberalizm przekształca nasze społeczeństwa w pewnego rodzaju sieć luźno złożonych z sobą członków i cały system kapitalistyczny powoduje silną transformację ludzi, ich postaw i sposobów, w jaki działają. Dziś stajemy się po prostu towarami. Wszystko staje się towarem. Dziś będę mówił o tych kwestiach i chciałbym tutaj przyjrzeć się pewnym ideom, które dotykają bezpośrednio zagadnienia awangardy w życiu codziennym, awangardy życia codziennego. Tutaj widzimy pewne sytuacje miejskie. Widzimy, że tutaj mamy bardziej do czynienia z tym, jak piękne są nasze otoczenia, jak piękne jest nasze środowisko w naszych krajach. Więc te sprzeczności, które występują w naszym dzisiejszym społeczeństwie, one kształtują, są odzwierciedlone w naszym krajobrazie miejskim. W związku z tym jedną z konsekwencji jest swego rodzaju obcość, którą
reduce the damage are on one hand evidence of how the transformation of the place we live are increasingly divorced from their human and territorial context, while on the other they are affirm a new sensibility toward the public aspect par excellence, the city. The stage of the human drama has been transformed, which is the town, has been transformed in a relatively short period of time from a fixed stage full of customs and rules to a moving one in a continuous and rapid evolution, often not without painful contradiction. Cities change more rapidly than we can do, Victor Hugo said, condensing into a single aphorism much of what has actually occurred in urban space, a phenomenon that has progressively accelerated from the Industrial Revolution today. The ongoing process of the modification of spatial relationships, which also occurred in the ancient time, albeit in generally more reduced form, has involved increasingly varied dimension of part of cities, when not entire built realities. This event, which have not always been able to provide answer bearing convincing proposal for the development of metropolitan landscape from form in the city, according to the vision of Oswald Matthias Unger, they did a juxtaposition of contradiction, a process which is more dialectical than linear. With its contradiction and discontinuities, but also not infrequently with its continuity, the complexity of the architecture of the city is thus the natural field of study and experimentation of theories of many architects attentive to the urban phenomena. The theme is however, that in search for a sharing of objectives or a social art, for which the question lies in the development of the tools useful for achieving this purpose. Architecture understood as a collective art is therefore simultaneously a reflection of and measure of it. In fact, as Henrik Petrus Berlage argued, and I'm quoting him, since architecture is the art of society, it is fatal that it reflects more than any other art the different spiritual and political orientation of society, also characterized by a slow trend. This orientation can lead to oppress and the laceration of society, or, on the contrary, to liberation and union. Architecture, like a barometer, will follow these changes. The other arts are also characterized by the prerogative of promptly expressing spiritual changes. It is when it happens on an individual and on a social level that therefore does not reflect the transformation of society as architecture does. The examination of architectural works allows formulating a judgment on the spiritual contradiction of an historical period. As architecture is materialized spiritually, and stone are quite eloquent. Yes, the stones speak, and they are nothing more than idea materialized into an artistic form. For this reason, architectural art has an eternal value, and monument arouse moving veneration in us. It is the monument that makes history, and it is history that makes the monuments. If we can still share this statement today, we must try to critically question the reality in which architects are called upon to work, and social framework, not without contradiction, in which their work is placed. The current impoverishment of the state of architecture and therefore of cities can be inscribed within a reference frame of a society described by Frederick Jameson, where the culture of a product as the sedimentation of knowledge and synthesis of a society has been transformed into a product. For the affirmation of a community in which the dominant attitude of contemporary taste and fashion is a lifestyle marked by the increasingly rapid consumption of every object conceived. The prevailing trend of today's society is that everything is reduced to entertainment culture, with the consequential loss of sense of reality and, with its exemplification, its rendering into a simple appearance modeled by icons lacking of meaning. Accomplice to this attitude of reduction, which inevitably involved making architecture as a mere commercial product, is the mass information system which, by virtue of the culture of exhibition, has generally replaced the necessarily critical distance in the analysis of current production with a sort of cultural consumerism. Thus, taking up Jameson's theories, a consequence of this attitude, which is a formal characteristic of postmodernism, is the lack of depth and the expression of instances with a hasty character where the images repeats itself, losing its ultimate referent in an accumulant of the notion of history. Everything is lived according to an aesthetic vision of events, consumed without an expression of equidistance, judgment, and, according to the college technique, with heterogeneous citation. For the postmodern world, the decrease in the exteriority of experience means for Jameson a loss of radical past, or in the deepest reason of its history itself. This attitude places the individual in a state of bewilderment which prevents him from planning his own experience in the current times. Therefore, for finding his own place within society and representing his complexity. For Jameson, it is precisely from this situation that the need of measuring itself against the irrepresentability must arise through a cognitive cartography that attempts to end the individual subject with a new, increased awareness of his position in the global system. Continuing his analysis, it has hope for a political and formative challenge. The new political art, if it is really possible, will have to sleek to the truth of postmodernism, that is to say, to its fundamental object, the world state of multinational capitalism, and will simultaneously have to progress toward a new inconceivable way of representing it, in which we can begin to understand our position as individual and collective subjects and regain an ability to act and fight, which at present is neutralized by spatial and social confusion, he says. For those who work in the city or those called to design it, this new ability to act and fight can be understood as a search for a recomposition, albeit by episode, of spiritual confusion in opposition to the general flattening of contexts and forms of the city's architecture. There is therefore a pressing search for a way to operate within this contradiction of contemporary urban agglomeration, full of bewilderment and chaos, which seems to find the only answer to the babel of architectural languages that surround us today. On this topic, or on the relationship between memory and invention, Ernesto Nathan-Roger intervenes by arguing that he says, the ideal purpose for accepting the contradiction between memory and invention is to absorb memory into invention, so that the history of an object is identified by the history of a culture to the point of being an integral and inseparable part of it. It then goes to clarify, focus on the need to share intention with the society in which the ideas materialized, so that they are not perceived as a foreign bodies, he says. Here, the individual creator merges with the society from which he emanates and gives it an immediate representation. Individual memory becomes collective memory and serve as a link between the many inventions, so that it is indispensable to find the roots of new objects and ideas in the terrain of history, without which the masses will never be able to feel like participants in the act of individual emergencies. Cities all over the world, especially those with more intense and rapid renewal works, are unable to form a characteristic unit, because in Tokyo and Rome, the same buildings sprout without any respect for the pre-existing environment ones. That is the specific character of their culture. They are artificially cultivated plants, transplanted without any concern for the climate, which distort the panorama of art as much as those of the landscape. The lucid vision of the condition of contemporary architecture is still very relevant today. Thus, the problem of the estrangement of today's cities and the disorientation of inhabitants, and even more than 40 years ago, does not seem to have found a solution. On the contrary, much of the architectural culture has made its objective situation its guideline principle. The unanswered question that Roger's theoretical assumption generates necessarily serve to question why these are still extremely topical today. Probably the new avant-gardes today are not for instance, I select few of the images that now are appearing on the screen, but are still the place that we're used to call like street, blocks, squares, that still are part of the construction of the town. The neoliberalism architecture that you can see through this of San Francisco, but I could add more than this one. Can explain what is considered avant-garde today, but is not. This is just the adaptation of a willing that makes us not citizens, but just people that live mainly without thinking at their future. So, thank you, and have a nice day. Bye.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, because of the digital form of this presentation, we need to change a little bit the format of our session, because we cannot talk to our speakers live. So we may comment upon these notions in here by bringing this discussion in here. I don't know if any of the professors would like to share the views with us. Thank you very much. As Professor has said, we may only add a few comments to what has been said and maybe think about the deeper meaning of what we have heard. It seems to me that the paper that has been presented just a while ago, the key thing that provokes the reflection is the very convention of this paper, which refers strongly to the economical, political, existential issues. That means the matters that maybe 180 years ago was the key point of focus of the avant-garde of that time. So the fact that today we start thinking about these matters so instrumental to our daily lives again seems to be hope-provoking. And at the same time, it is a reference to this very same avant-garde tradition, obviously in the new forms that respond to new social needs, all of the aspects that were underlined by our speaker. So the new role of architecture in our super commercialized world of today. So it is a paper that's full of reflection on the condition of contemporary architecture, but also on the condition of our lives. Maybe one of you, some of you would like to comment upon this paper. It seems to me that
wątku myślenia o awangardzie przestrzeni urbanistycznej i odsłaniamy kolejne pola, które mogą być postrzegane. Wczoraj mówiliśmy o tym, że można architektura nowoczesna starała się odnajdywać
contemporary architecture
awangardowego,
tried to identify
nieczysto kompozycyjnej, które
oddziałuje na aspects of innovation in composition that affects citizens and residents in urban areas. We listened to a very interesting paper on highly sophisticated idea of a set scene that corresponds to some imagined landscape that is realized in a virtual world, in the world of film. And here the perspective is somewhat reversed. So we need to resolve contradictions that arise from certain social processes, the memory of the space, and the tension between what citizens want and how a city is designed, may be a carrier for the avant-garde in itself. So if there are no other comments, well, nothing, not much can be added, but let me sum up that despite everything, when we present contemporary avant-garde in the context of the future, we cannot liberate ourselves from the memory of the past. So even though architecture tries to construct its own reality, the memory of the past still remains, and residents want to feel that they belong, that they own a space that has some history and that also was the shared space in the past. Okay, thank you very much. I think we are ready to move on to the next paper, and this time it is Professor Olena Oliynyk from Kyiv, and her paper is entitled Soviet Modernism in Ukraine, a Comparative Analysis.
Dzień dobry, szanowni koledzy.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Good morning, dear colleagues and dear guests. Thank you for the invitation and congratulations to such great event. The theme of my presentation will be aspects of modernism in Ukraine. It is believed that the USSR introduced three original architectural styles in world architecture: constructivism, the Stalin Empire, and finally Soviet modernism, the least studied and least loved, but no less interesting. But was Soviet modernism really an original style, and how did it differ from Western prototypes? Modernism became the leading current in the artistic culture of a number of European countries: France, Italy, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and already at the beginning of the 20th century. However, the 20s and 30s were the real flowering of modernism. There are three periods of modernism: early, developed, and late. In the Soviet Union and Ukraine, constructivism of the 2030s and late modernism of the 60s, 80s were the most expressive. The style of modernism in Europe originated from futurism, which arose in 1909 after the publication of Manifesto of Italian writer Marinetti, which proclaimed the destruction of the past and the cult of the future. No less radical rationalism replaced futurism in Italy. The main ideologist of rationalism, Giuseppe Terrani, imaginated a new environment free from the remnants of the past, extremely functional, suitable for collective work and leisure. It is interesting that outside Italy, modernist architects, as a rule, were adherents of communist or simply left-wing beliefs, while Terrani and his six associated professed fascist ideology. In Ukraine, at the beginning of the 20th century and later in the USSR, the appearance and the formation of the avant-garde was closely connected with Ukrainian artists. First of all, Kazimir Malevich, Vladimir Tatlin, Alexander Archipenko, Alexander Bogomazov belonged to them. The artistic schools of Murashko, Ekster in Kyiv, Podgorodetsky, Novokivsky in Lviv, Archipenko in Berlin, and Paris, Boychuk in Paris also became the basis for the formation of avant-garde thinking. Volodymyr Tatlin, who in 1913-1914 created a number of corner reliefs, is considered the founder of constructivism. The scale achieved by constructivist movement is largely due to Vladimir Tatlin. The second phase of constructivism dates back to the post-revolutionary period in Ukraine and Russia, and it is also associated with Tatlin's name. It is marked by the project of the monument of the Third International created by him, Tatlin's Tower, made in 1919-1920. Here, constructivism is already subordinated to a specific utilitarian goal, the embodiment of the revolutionary ideology of the Bolsheviks. And until the end of the existence in the USSR, beginning of the 30s, it maintains its attachment to this ideology. Constructivism as a direction was formed in the mid-20s of the 20th century, and after First World War, it occupied one of the main places in the architecture. The creativity of artists who saw in new constructions and materials, in simple geometric forms, devoid of the course new aesthetic possibilities and the basis for the formation of new styles, had a great influence on architecture in the first year after the Bolshevik coup. So Malevich's suprematist painting and his three-dimensional architectural models, prawns, became a symbol of the approval of a new style. Transfer station from painting to architecture. In 1923, Malevich began to create architectons, models consisting of plaster blocks in the form of cubes and parallelepipeds, merging with each other at right angles. In particular, it was Kazimir Malevich's architecton which inspired Zaha Hadid on the topic of her diploma project. After the Russian Revolution, new social orders made it necessary to develop new design prototypes, and on the global scale of the quarter, districts, and city. Judging by everything, the more radical and social transformations were in society, the larger the space. So enlarged housing blocks with developed public infrastructure, kindergartens, laundries, parks, playgrounds, had become a new prototype in Red Vienna, in Berlin, and London. There were areas of new residential development for workers. In the USSR, the new urban spaces were the grandest. The vastness of open spaces in the Soviet Union is matched by the scale of cultural and economic change. Peter Wilson has described as finding a strategy to legitimize empty space. At the end of 1920s and the beginning of 1930s, constructivism and rationalism gradually spread in Ukraine as advanced directions in architecture and, first of all, in urban planning. The reconstruction of the cities of Ukraine was influenced by the theoretical developments of Milutin, who borrowed the ideas of Arturo Soria Imata, proposing a linear scheme where the urban area was zoned into parallel strips. According to this scheme, from 1929 to 1932, the so-called socialist city Big Zaporizhzhia was built. Famous Russian constructivist architects worked on the project. There was, in general, an ideal situation for them here. A relatively flat terrain, the absence, as it was believed, of previous buildings, the existing Cossack settlements were not considered an obstacle. On the contrary, they were precisely the goal of destruction for the Soviet authorities. And so far, a relatively liberal regime, which at the time was still flirting with the constructivists. Representatives of Germany, France, the USA, and other countries took part in the design. In total, 4 teams worked on city planning under the leadership of Shushev, Vesnin, Malazemov, Sakulin, and others. The town consisted of 6 town planning entities, which are still called villages. The quarter-by-quarter buildings principle was used for the first time in Ukrainian architecture and socialist city. Each quarter, in which from 500 to 3,000 people were supposed to live, had an original structure and composition. The most famous complex of buildings in Ukraine of this period is Держпром, or House of State Industry in Kharkiv, from 1927, rising to 12 stories and occupying the biggest part of Kharkiv's circular Dzerzhinsky Square, now Freedom Square. It became a symbol of constructivist architecture in Ukraine. The game with contrast of volumes, materials, and pure forms became the main thing of architecture of constructivism. Walking clubs, a palace of culture, bus parks, department stores, communal houses were built in this concept. The work of Soviet constructivists exemplified the optimism of New World Order and continues to influence architectural discourse today. Constructivism and modernism became the embodiment of a new identity. This was manifested even in sacred buildings. In particular, interesting examples of this style have been preserved in Rivne, Sarny, Sakal, and etc. For all the social and economic dislocation and later the world economic crisis, the period between 2 world wars in Volhynia was marked by a number of significant achievements in architecture. For Polish historians and architects, it was a period of hope, of certain upswing. You can see interesting objects in Volyn and Lviv and Rivne region from this period. In Kyiv, which struggled with the establishment of Bolshevik power until 1921, constructivism appeared much later and gradually passed into Stalinist empire. Architects who believed in left-wing ideology were involved in the construction. Among them, Pavlo Alyoshin, Alexander Verbitsky. Alyoshin used rounded elements in constructivist buildings, which are also characteristic of Erich Mendelssohn's work. Several buildings with rounded corners were built in Kyiv during 1928-1936. However, the relative liberalism of constructivism in 20s on the imperial soil of the USSR did not last long. The post-war period in Western architecture was marked by a blossoming of modernism. The early experimentation of constructivists in the USSR in the 1920s had transformed into an international style. Modernism was a continuous search for the new technologies, new materials, new typologies. It was based on rationalism and rejected the view of architecture as an aesthetic practice. But in the Soviet Union, architecture was still considered a part of art, and as all other art forms was a sort of performance intended to carry the ideological message of the Soviet state. The decree against excesses in architecture was issued in November 1955. Triumphal classic elements, once to kingpin of socialism, were out. The government directed architects to search for other means of glorifying the regime. At first, the fight against excesses was applied only to residential architecture. Embellishment were no longer allowed on apartment buildings. With time, the country's leaders realized that the use of ornamentation must be stopped on all fronts. It was decreed that the current socialism in architecture demands that architects explore advanced experience from abroad. Since the Soviet Union still remained a closed society, technology transfer through the usual means of international communication with colleagues abroad was not an option. But Western architectural magazines were apparently thought to be harmless. Seemingly overnight, they appeared in libraries. Soviet architects were not able to see in print the works of leading Western architects such as Le Corbusier, Mies van der Rohe, Louis Kahn, Alvar Aalto, and others. But they could only study them on paper. They had no access to the actual buildings, to the building technologies involved, or the complex economic forces that produced this architecture. Since they could only see images, they interpreted the party's aim in a very creative way. Instead of copying the classical style, they now copied the modern style. So highly praised and advertised as a symbol of Khrushchev's soul, the Palace of Pioneers in Kyiv is still called today as an example of Soviet modernism. It really impresses with its cosmic lines, slender proportion. Most of interior space of Palace of Pioneers is taken up by public areas, the lobby, oversized halls, and hallways. This serves an ideological purpose. The building scale projects a glorified image of the state, or in this case, the pioneers, the young wing of the Communist Party. However, the functional areas of the building, those where the children spend most of their time, sport facilities, work, arts, and performance spaces, are disproportionately small, as if on different scale compared to the public areas. However, Soviet architects could not simply continue copying Western works. Their task was to glorify the Soviet system, and forms alone were not enough. Since the doctrine of socialism in architecture included a synthesis of arts, the formal elements of Western modernist architecture were complemented by all kinds of embellishment: sculptural relief and mosaic, panels, murals, freestanding sculpture, etc. The party conveniently forgot that embellishments had been banned for economic reasons. In the late 1950s, Western architects turned away from the simplicity of Bauhaus-inspired international style toward more complexity exploration of so-called brutalism. Brutalism was a style in architecture of late modernism, the main characteristic of which was the identification of architecture of buildings with the help of bare structure and the use of natural textures of materials. Many supporters of brutalism, as well as constructivism at one time, professed socialist views and singled out among its advantages not only the relative cheapness of construction, but also uncompromising anti-bourgeois and honestly. In the Soviet Union, brutalism appeared very late, in the 1980s, and practically supplanted pure modernism. The influence of brutalism was evident in Ukrainian architecture of the 1970s and 1980s. Formal elements of brutalism were used along with canons of the socialist realism in architecture. In practically did not affect the appearance of resident buildings, but it is clearly represented in public buildings. At the same time, the concept of regionalism was developed, according to which it was proposed to use the characteristic of one or another region. Perhaps the first time in the history of Soviet architecture, the building was considered as a part of complex united with surrounding territories. Beautiful examples of late Soviet modernism has been preserved in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and other Ukrainian cities. They were characterized by working with environment, shaping the surrounding space, bright dynamics of forms, and a certain decorativeness. Starting of the mid-1960s, a new Soviet architectural lexicon of socialism appeared. It included large-scale portals taking up the entire facade and made up of endless rows of vertical ribs a la Finnish architects Alvaro Aalto. For example, Ukrainian Palace of Culture architect Evgenia Marinchenko. The second, monumental covered entrances to public buildings made of rectangular and circular arches, such as Cherkasy Regional Museum of Local History and others in different regions of USSR. The third, deliberate and crudely made enormous overhanging sun shields à la Ranchamp and Chandigarh Le Corbusier project from 1950s as Theater of Musical Comedy in Odessa and Kievska Rus cinema in Kyiv. This vocabulary was used in the USSR in all types of structure, residential and institutional buildings, workers' club and palaces, palaces of pioneers, sport facilities, museums, and others. All these were designed using formal elements of Western architecture. Thus, the image of Salute Hotel in Kyiv refers us to metabolism style and reminds us the Nakajin Towers in Tokyo from 1972. Similar designs with floors strung on central support were popular in the 60s. The Kyiv Television Center building resembles the Knights of Columbus Tower in New Haven, USA. The buildings were erected using similar technologies. Another landmark of modernism is located near the TV Center, the Institute of International Relations and the Institute of Journalism. It was some slides before this one. The architecture of the Kharkiv National Academy is the Kharkiv National Academic Theatre is built on the contrast of the large overhanging slab of the two upper floors and the complex plastics of lower lobbies, foyers, and others. Externally, it somewhat resembles Boston City Hall. One of the most famous buildings of Kyiv modernism is Ukrainian Institute Ukrainian Institute of Scientific and Technical Information, architects Lev Novikov and Florian Yuriev. According to the plan, the room, which resembled a spaceship, was to become a unique color music theater where it would be possible to hold musical performances to the play of color gradients on the light screen. The authors were inspired. 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. The authors were inspired by the work of the Brazilian modernist Oscar Niemeyer. The modernist ensemble of Kyiv National University, named after Taras Shevchenko, is also unique. Each building of the faculties of cybernetic, radiophysics and mechanics and mathematics is decorated with an original bas relief symbolizing the main direction of the faculty. The memorial park, designed by monumentalist artists Rybachuk and Melnichenko, was recognized as the best project of the year at the Kyiv Project competition. The outer above-ground part of the crematorium buildings is made up of two reinforced concrete shells, inside of which there are forever holes. A rare example of an organic direction of modernism for Kyiv, the crematorium gives the impression of mysterious portal to another world. Works of the giant bas-relief of the Wall of Remembrance, 213 meters long, lasted 7 years only. His main motive was the life path from birth to death, which every person must inevitably go through. But in 1982, by the decision of Communist Party, the bas-relief was destroyed and completely filled with concrete. Only on August 11, 2021, the restoration of this remembrance wall reliefs began. So, for conclusion, modernism, which emerged in the first half of the 20th century, was the dominant style after World War II until 1980s. One of the features of Soviet and Ukrainian modernism was precisely the work of architects not with objects, but with the environment. However, today these objects are under threat of destruction or complete reconstruction. Joint efforts of researchers and preservationists are necessary for its preservation and inclusion in the modern context of the city. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Sorry for later.
Bardzo dziękujemy za ten ciekawy wykład pokazujący, jak awangarda inspiruje architektów na
explained and shows how avant-garde is inspiring for architects all over the world, about the currents and trends and how they flow across the globe. Because of difficulties with with our schedule, and let us move on to the next presentation, Federica Visconti from Naples. So it's avant-garde thinking of architecture through drawings. Madam,
Hello
the floor
to
is
everybody.
yours.
I'm going to share my screen in order to present my speech about avant-garde. Starting from the definition of the term avant-garde. The origin of the term is related to the military field, as we always know. It indicates the military unit that, in navy or army, precedes all the others. From here, there is obviously a figurative use of the term avant-garde that denotes the act of proceeding with greater commitment and more decisiveness of the other, assuming a kind of guide role. Obviously, the term have a different meaning in the field of art, and avant-garde defines movements that propose new poetics and new way of expression, in contrast, usually, with the current test. This is the reason why in the official histories of architecture, there are many different kind of avant-garde, as we know. The German Expressionism, the Russian Constructivism, the Dutch Neoplasticism, and, for example, in Italy, the Futurism, and in some way we can consider a kind of avant-garde also the Rationalism. Images very, very famous that don't need a comment, but I think I don't want to propose you this historical connotation of avant-garde, where the suffix ism from the ancient Greek added to a noun or to an adjective indicates artistic movement. I would like to go to the ideological connotation of avant-garde that, due to its aesthetic and political nature, propose a kind of a priori vision of reality and intend the reality as a whole and actively work to transform the reality. So in this sense, what I would like to show to you will be some works of art or works of architecture that with Renato Capozzi we developed in the last 2 years during a different period, pandemic before and then the awful condition of the war in our Europe, that we think in some way explored the connection between drawing and artistic representation of architecture and architecture in itself, and are connotated by this ideological idea of avant-garde, to look at reality and try to say something to transform it. The first work is at the origin of this reasoning, following an invitation of two friends, Federico Bilò and Riccardo Palma, in the first hard lockdown in Italy, to represent the space of inhabiting. In this very special condition that COVID was. And for us, Memento Virus, this is the title of the work, was a way to think of culture of inhabiting during the pandemic, going to the origin of culture of inhabiting. So an enclosure as the way to cut a piece of reality and protect it from the exterior nature in order to protect the life of the human being, but an enclosure where the columns can in this way establish a relationship between the continuity of the wall and the tectonic arrangement of a kind of hypostyle whole. Also, the materials underline this different connotation of the two way of construction. Marble for the continuity of the wall, and the white, probably steel, I don't know, or concrete, for the columns that are in a kind of progressive series with different diameters and different disposition. And this is a way for us to reason on the an archetypical condition of inhabiting in the enclosure that define a duality facing the nature. And this is our last drawing where the nature out of the enclosure was our landscape with the Vesuvius. 1 year after, we were invited by Franco Purini and Enrico Anzaloni in another exhibition where the theme was exactly the relationship between architecture and other arts. The question by the editor of the exhibition was to try to represent a work of art inside another work of art, probably a work of architecture. And in some way we develop the same reasoning with the work called The Wall Inside the Wall. And again, a reasoning about interior and exterior spatiality in the culture of inhabiting. So a pavilion with two U-shaped wall, but again, the possibility to see the nature out of the enclosure. And the work of art inside our work of architecture was a sculpture of Mario Negri called The Wall, that is a bronze sculpture with human figures on a basement, but represented in their real dimension. And so we would like to imagine that after the end of pandemic, the man on the basement can go out and restart to inhabit the world. And this is the poster of the exhibition that a year after the end of lockdown has been exhibited in a beautiful palazzo in Trevi. But this is probably the third work, probably the most political of the three works. The title is A Wall Opened to Let the Columns Pass. So always a wall, also the columns, but in order to say something different, after the explosion of the war in Europe, in order to answer to another invitation by Giovanni Menna and Olga Starodubova, that decided to invited architects to produce a drawing, a work of art, under this slogan, make architecture, not war. Well, I have to say that there were in the exhibition many beautiful drawings. In some cases, that pointed the attention on the destruction, on the ruins that the war obviously and unfortunately produced. We decided for another idea in order to answer to the title of the exhibition, Make Architecture Not War. We think the architecture is against the war because it is an optimistic discipline. Its goal is to transform the world and obviously to transform in order to make it better. So again, a wall, but in this case, the wall is open and different columns that represent in some way the differences of the human being in terms of race, religion, and so on. The different columns represent the difference of the human beings that need to be able to live together. Looking at the nature outside the wall, that is not more a terrible, a terrifying a terrific nature, but a peaceful condition of inhabiting. And this is the final drawing for the exhibition, where the wall open themselves to let the column pass. So the three works during a difficult period of our life suggested us to reflect on the fundamentals of architecture, but also of life, affirming the significant identity and unity between two moments that in architecture are strictly related one to the other, that are composition and construction. And the works show how a constructive and conformative principle, the enclosure, can be integrated every time with the tectonic principle, the columns. So, three spaces that are not related to a practical function. So, unfortunately, not built, but thought only to meditate on the pure essence of inhabiting. Spaces that found places and can be different one to the other, but they in some way contrast the indefinite character of nature with the finiteness, the limitation, exactness of relationship, even if they always turn towards the nature by opening, gaining elevated position, and unprecedented opportunities to overlooking. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Oczywiście nie mamy możliwości bezpośredniego kontaktu.
Thank you for this presentation. Unfortunately, we cannot speak to Professor Visconti directly, but let me add a comment. So this original interpretation of avant-garde by Professor's works, created in teams with other colleagues, other Italian architects. This presentation was a highly interesting example of the fact that architecture, avant-garde architecture, is alive, is well alive, and is being redefined, remade, whenever we need to respond to something, to some extraordinary situation that Professor Visconti was talking about. So we had an example of residential architecture dedicated to the pandemic period, an example of reflection on architecture and the current events in Europe. And we also had this broader reflection on what avant-garde can do to deal with contemporary challenges. So let me just add one more thing. I am impressed by the visual presentation of the ideas that Professor Visconti was talking about We cannot forget that for architects,
wymowy graficzne
the visual language, the visual narrative is as important as the language,
mówiony czy język pisany.
natural language spoken or written. And in this case, we could observe this perfect case study of absolutely ideal correspondence between the content and the visual presentation. So Professor Visconti referred directly to some actual situations, so what architecture really is, but at the same time refer to philosophy. And commenting on the works we saw just a while ago, I believe that wall became an important element of architecture because it means permanence, it means continuity both spatially and in temporal terms. So architecture that expresses the notes permanence is just the opposite of war is causing, and that's the direct difference to what we're experiencing today. So all of the works that were presented by Professor Visconti were deeply rooted in contemporaneity and at the same time spoke of this need for continuity in all aspects of relationships between people and architecture. So, original thinking is often triggered in situations that come about in response to some external factors. But as we also heard before today, it also requires the strong language that allows us to verbalize our ideas, our purposes before we start to construct in the realm of reality. And I believe that this is a great introduction to the final presentation today that will be presented by Professor Ewa Cisek from Warsaw, and the title is The Avant-Garde of Architecture, Architectural Space Constructed Out of Imagination.
Architektoniczna przestrzeń zbudowana wyobraźni dźwiękowej. Cytując o Williamem Blake'iem, wędrowcem do świata ducha, gdyby drzwi percepcji zostały oczyszczone, każda rzecz jawiłaby się człowiekowi taką, jaką jest, nieskończoną. Współczesna architektura coraz częściej sięga po formy, oddające subtelne przejawy ekspresji świata, takie jak dźwięk, który jest wibracją, oraz rzeźbę, czerpiącą niejednokrotnie motywy ze świata surrealistycznego i rzeczywistości niejawnej. Kreowanie przestrzeni zbudowanej wyobraźni dźwiękowej i rzeźby wpisuje się w epokę, w której obecnie żyjemy, określamy mianem nowoczesności.
Defined as postmodernity. This state of culture is characterized by the admission of various thoughts and forms to the creative process, while weakening the beliefs in one universal path of the world development. The utility, durability, and beauty are irrelevant. Instead, a new door has opened, leading to the new areas of cognition and creation of architectural space that shifts the focus from the cognition of objective reality to a more subjective, sensual, and thus avant-garde cognition. One of these areas has become a space of sound imagination, which is a combination of sculpture, nature, and architecture, also referred to as a space of deep listening, which can take the form of a nature temple, and a studio, an instrument, and a bridge of sounds.
Wyobraźnia dźwiękowa definiowana jest
Sound imagination is defined by Thomas Eliot, the author of Wasteland poem, as intuitive listening, which makes it possible for us to understand many perspectives for the manifestation of all being. It enables the viewer to notice the multidimensionality of the world, as well as the multifaceted and relational nature of each constructed form, including the architectural one. Eliot believe that sound strengthens the power of words and creates a space for deep listening. Creation of an avant-garde poem filled with sounds is considered the foundation of modernism in architecture.
Doskonałym
The
przykładem
temples of
awangardowych
nature,
rozwiązań w architekturze są
a perfect
transformacje form
example
postrzeganych dawniej jako
of
typowo
this is
użytkowe.
represented by transformation of forms which were formerly perceived as typically utilitarian.
Te nowe świątynie natury
These are
kreowane
new
są
temples
przez
of
człowieka dla
nature
natury
created by
poprzez
men
umiejętne
for
łączenie
nature by
komponentów i
means of
rzeźby z
skillful
architekturą.
combination of sculpture and
Ta
nature
ostatnia
with
stanowi
architectural
suplement
space.
przestrzenną
The
i zarazem
latter
środowisko
usually
artystyczne o
creates a
charakterze
spatial
studio.
frame and at the same
W
time
efekcie
an acoustic
generowana jest nowa
environment
jakość
of a studio
przestrzeni,
character for the
określana
former
przestrzenią
too and generates a new
intuicyjnego
quality of
odczuwania
space which is defined by a
Dla
space of
zilustrowania tej
intuitive
awangardowej
sound of
przestrzeni
perception.
architektonicznej
To
może posłużyć instalacja
illustrate
autorstwa
that,
utalentowanej
we can
wrocławskiej artystki
see
Alicji
an
Patanowskiej,
installation by a
zatytułowana
talented Wrocław
Przestrzeń
artist
wyobraźni
Alicja
dźwiękowej.
Patanowska entitled
Nagrodzona
The Space
praca
of Sound
eksponowana była w ramach
Imagination.
cyklicznego wydarzenia
This
kulturalnego
work was
przeglądu sztuki
exhibited as a
współczesnej
part of the cyclical
Survival
cultural
Wrocław
event
2020.
Survival Wrocław
Gwiazdka instalacja
2018.
dźwiękowa oparta jest na
This
7
sound
ceramicznych naczyniach rezonatora,
installation, sculptural sound
kompozycji
installation is based on a
składających
ceramic
do wystąpienia
vessels
fotografa
resonators, a
oraz
12-second
12-sekundowym pogłosie monumentalnego
reverberation of a
wnętrza
historical interior
portu
of the pump hall and
miejskiego.
compositions of water drops falling from the vault.
Woda jako alternatywne środowisko rozchodzenia się
Water
fal
as an
dźwiękowych,
alternative
także w
environment for
pasmach
spreading
niesłyszalnych
sound
dla
waves,
człowieka,
also in the ways
jest
which are
symbolem świata
inaudible to
ukrytego.
humans, is a symbol of the
Dźwięki
hidden
wywołane
world.
kroplami wody w naczyniach są
Sounds
wibracją, przez co pośredniczą w komunikacji
form
między
a
człowiekiem i
vibration
materią.
and
Użytkownik tak wykreowanej
are
przestrzeni
intermediaries in
przestraja się
communication
z kanału
between man
wizualnego na
and
słuchowy,
the environment.
doświadczając okalającej natury dźwięku.
Men experience the surrounding
Instalacja dźwiękowa w
sounds.
połączeniu z
The
pogłosem
sound
wnętrza
system,
architektonicznego
sound installation
nakłania do strojenia
combined with
słuchu,
the
nowego, uważniejszego
interior
słuchania.
sound of the interior
Cytując
prompts
Alicję
towards more
Patanowską, kropla staje się pryzmatem
attentive
pozwalającym
listening.
nam widzieć
Quoting
inaczej
Patanowska
niż
and drop
zwykle.
becomes a prism
Woda
through
łączy
which we
wszystkie
can
żywe
see
istoty, jak
differently
bawiący na niebiesko
than
kowal.
usual how
Jest
the
niezbędny do
hourglass
prawidłowego
measures
funkcjonowania
time,
organizmu
of which we have less and less.
Formy
This
komunikacji
is the
międzygatunkowej
necessary
możemy
for
poznać
proper
jedynie w
functioning
procesie
of living
pogłębionego
organism.
słuchania.
So we can
Utrzymany w duchu stylu
understand that in the
arkadowego
form
budynek
of
przepompowy
in the process of
Niewskiego
attentive
w połączeniu
listening.
z instalacją dźwiękową
So the
zmienił
monumental
swoją
space of the
funkcję
historic
użytkową,
hall in combination
przekształcając
with
się w
seven
przestrzeń
sculptures
audiowodnych
changed
dźwięków,
its
otwierających użytkownika na
purpose
nową rzeczywistość
and opens the
niejawną.
user to the new reality.
Przestrzeń wyobraźni dźwiękowej
The
obecna jest
space of
również
sound
w norweskim
imagination
założeniu dom
is
Kyiv,
also
w zachodniej części Oslo.
present in the
Budowa tego
Norwegian
obiektu
example of a
odradza
layout in the
kontrowersje, głównie
house
ze
to
względu na
die in
awangardową formę,
the house in
będącą
Kyiv.
eksperymentem
And this is a form which is an architectural
Efekt lekkiego
experiment.
unoszenia się obiektu na
The
powierzchnię terenu
construction of the
uzyskano
object has been
dzięki
controversial for
usytuowaniu
years,
pomiędzy
mainly
rzeźb
due to its
oraz
avant-garde
lustra
form,
wody,
which is an actual
zbierającego drobne,
architectural
spadające po
experiment.
deszczu,
And
uderzające
again, we
rytmicznie
have
o
small
potrafię.
dropping
Przepełnione
drops
subtelnymi
of
dźwiękami
rain.
oryginalne założenie
So we have this original assumption that creates its own world, which does not imitate the reality or the future or the contemporary time, the world in
Przestrzeń
search of
wyobraźni dźwiękowej
subtlety.
jest stale obecna w
The
naturalnych
space
formacjach
of sound
skalnych, takich jak
imagination
jaskinie
is
i kaniony.
constantly present in natural rock
Awangardowe
formations such
rozwiązanie
as
kościoła
caves
w
and
Starych
canyons. The avant-garde
Helsinkach
solution of a
wskazuje
rock
działania
church in Helsinki
uzyskania wnętrza
presents the
określonych parametrach akustycznych.
activity of architects in
Odwiedzający go
deliberate
wierni mają
action
poczucie
to
przebywania
obtain
w
an
autentycznej
interior with
jaskini,
specific acoustic
niezmiennie
parameters.
kojarzonej z
So
przestrzenią
that is
sakrum.
always connected and associated
Instrument
with the
o
sacrum
charakterze
space.
studio.
An instrument of a
Idea
studio
architektury
nature,
ponowoczesnej,
the concept of
postfunkcjonalistycznej związana jest z
modern and
odrzuceniem
post-functional
racjonalistycznych idei
architecture
nowoczesności.
is connected with the rejection
Forma
of
przestrzenna
rationalist
sytuowana jest
ideas
za
of
granicą
modernity. The
architektury i
special
rzeźby,
form is situated on the
przyjmując
border
cechy
architecture and
obiektów
sculpture,
niearchitektonicznych,
taking
tym
over the
samym
feature
stając
of
się
non-architectural objects and thus
architektonicznymi
becoming their
wyobrażeniami.
architectural
I
representations.
tak forma
And
rzeźbiarska
so the
ewoluująca w
sculptural
kierunku
form, which
instrumentu
evolves in
muzycznego,
the direction of a
uzyskuje
musical
przestrzeń
instrument,
wewnętrzną, która
obtains
jest
an
przestrzenią
internal
interaktywną,
space, which is an
zataczającą
interactive
obiekt
space
audiosferą.
with the audio
Można
sphere
do niej
surrounding
wejść,
the
nawiązać
objects.
z
We
nią
can
relacje
enter it and
poprzez
establish a
intuicyjne
good
odczuwanie
rapport
dźwięku.
with it by means of
Zarówno tych,
intuitive
których
feeling of
jesteśmy
sound,
autorami,
both those
jak i
of which we are
pozostałych,
authors and those
pochodzących
coming
z
from the
zewnątrz.
outside.
Przykładem jest zaprojektowana
An interesting example here is an architectural shape, Gigaphone, which was designed by a couple of architects, in Trondheim, Brandeland and Christopherson. It is a steel structure in the shape of a cone of a studio character and supported by 8 pillars. This avant-garde form on the border of architecture and sculpture can be compared to a gigantic musical instrument with an internal accessible space which reflects the pure timbre of its sound. And for this reason, the interior of Gigaphone is used by musicians where they meet there, tune their instruments and perform their favorite compositions. It is also the favorite space for children to play and for adults to contemplate the tones in the interior, which are caused by living creatures, their movement and the sounds they create, as well as the wind are amplified and directors. Moreover, both background noises such as echoes, splatter and murmurs are collected. And the intended sound effect results from the combination of 3 components: the material, the inner slope of the tube, which is covered with a glossy black varnish, and we have the resonator into one can enter and to immerse into the sound imagination. A separate and interesting group is represented by pavilions, which are equipped with motion sensors that generate sounds as a result of registering the slightest movement in the object's space. The sound heard is not the amplified sound of someone's activity, but its multimedia counterpart. An example is the implementation called Echo from Denmark, made by Tilo Frank. The object is made of wood. It is a covered walking path which is full of open work, inviting us to forest bathing and walking in nature. Thanks to the installed sensors, each movement inside the structure generates a melodic motive. Each of the activities can be received its sound representation, so this term of architectural form is defined as an interactive structure with the sound which manifests its presence of life becomes the medium for modulation. Then we have architectural spaces by Lars Spoyenborg and composer Edwin van den Heijden. And that is in the Netherlands, Sano House, Sound Pavilion. And this is an architectural form in a form of a studio nature with perfect acoustics for receiving music. And it is also, in a way, a musical instrument. In the confrontation with this pavilion, each user of the pavilion unavoidably takes part in creating sounds and becomes a creator of new space and imagination of sound. The form Avalon is also avant-garde, and its arched structure is made of steel elements creating the shape of a blob with developed into dynamic lines of the body's arms and limbs. The bridge of sound, Martin Heidegger, aptly defines the existence of certain architectural elements in the landscape which result in the existence of a place at the same time with all its components appearing successively, says that the bridge collects the earth as a landscape around the stream. So the banks are only emerge as banks when the bridge crosses the stream. So we have a bridge-like structure made of sound. So that fits well into the concept of modern architecture, when the space is located on the threshold of architecture and sculpture. So we have Elverhaven, consisting of 2 spherical sculptural forms which are located on both banks of the river in Drammen, right next to Ypsilon pedestrian bridge. Shiny silver spheres reflect the surroundings like a mirror and collect sounds from the local ecosystem of the river. We can, as an end result, we can hear the rhythm of the river and the spirit of water is interchanging. The users crossing the bridge are immersed in these heavenly sounds, which often makes them stop and feel the sound space intuitively. The second project is the art gallery called the Twist Museum by Bjarke Ingels Group near Oslo. The avant-garde structure in the form of a bridge sculpture was stretched over the Randselva River in the apparently silent scenery. So the concept of creating of this link connecting these two areas, the park of sculptures and the other bank of the river, was achieved by the double curvature of the Bridge Museum facade, which is formed by simple aluminium panels arranged like a pile of books. The grooved shape of the walls of the gallery interior creates a specific audiosphere which is filled with sound. The user's perception shifts from visual perception to attentive listening, thanks to creation of a new quality of space which prompts an intuitive feel of sound. The presented examples of a built space, sound imagination, and sculpture defined as a space of deep listening, a temple of nature, a studio, an instrument, and a bridge of sound, despite an avant-garde character, reflect in their basic assumption the attitude of being in the world by perceiving ego, nature, and culture as a combined whole. Nature is the home of culture because it is the root of the cultures and has all the patterns and vibrations and spatial organizations, including sounds and sensual and non-sensual emanations.
Bardzo dziękujemy pani profesor za
Professor, thank you so much for this interesting and so complex presentation. I believe that architecture has always been connected with our senses. We've been perceiving architecture in so many different ways, and we continue to do so with until now. And over the past decades, we've been witnessing such efforts of artists and architects who consciously want to emphasize the way in which our senses work. Like the Philips pavilion or the Courvoisier pavilions together with Senatis, well, they were built on the basis of music and sound of music. So that was the concept for the pavilion, to have music. When it comes to architecture, apart from the purpose, apart from the use of architecture, not to mention concert halls, wall sculptures, artistic activities, that was all interconnected. So there was this very popular and very fashionable trend in sculpture. So sculptures combined with music, or the house to die that was mentioned in the lecture. I'm wondering whether it is somehow related to Okigara, the forest on suiciders. Perhaps that result that has been inspired by this Japanese forest, which is traveled by those who want to meet their tragic end. Although the house that we could see, which had been, which was initially designed as a residential house, it is not entirely responding to its original purpose. Professor, you're the expert here. Well, I don't really see myself as an expert in artistic performances bordering on disciplines. But again, it is emphasized that avant-garde way of thinking enjoys clashes or contexts with some unusual concepts and some unusual requirements which force us to look for non-standard solutions. In my opinion,
pozostaje na
Well,
długo.
not
Wydaje się, że
necessarily something which is
uczulenie,
expected to be
publiczności
to be
architektonicznej
avant-garde
na odbiór
remains
wielozmysłowy,
avant-garde
ten
because
odbiór,
the
który,
artistic audience
dokonuje się nie
has
tylko
this
przez,
multi-sensual, multi-sense perception. So there could be a very pragmatic premise of in reception of an object, so that can prompt us towards this concept of universal planning and respect to different ways of perception among members of a community. Well, I believe that when entering, visiting such structures that were described by the speaker, well, that changes our way of thinking about the profession. We have the sight, we can see things, but we can also taste things, we can also smell things. So I suggest that we have a coffee break now, and we'll start the next part of the session with a 15-minute delay, and we'll compensate it at the end of our today's session. I'm afraid Professor Kozłowski is not available here right now, so I'll see you back at past. Thank you.
У нас є французи ж тут, правда?
Да.
Dzień dobry, Szanowni Państwo. Bardzo dziękuję za wsparcie i pomoc. Za to, że jesteście razem z Ukrainą w naszej walce. Razem my переможемо і вистоїмо. Niech żyje Polska, слава Україні. День добрий, Шановні Państwo. Дуже дякую за підтримку і допомогу, за те, що ви разом з Україною в нашій битві. Разом ми переможемо і вистоїмо. Нехай живе Польща, слава Україні.
Politechnika Krakowska to uczelnia, która od 75 lat jest kuźnią nietuzinkowo myślących ludzi. Inżynierów, architektów i ludzi biznesu.
Po wielu latach mnie przypadła w udziale bardzo prestiżowa miejska inwestycja, czyli budowa podziemnego muzeum w rynku głównym w Krakowie.
Realizowane badania pozwoliły mi na opracowanie całkiem nowych związków chemicznych, które nie były znane dotychczas i były innowacyjne w skali światowej.
Nasi absolwenci to osoby, które odniosły i odnoszą sukcesy w wielu dziedzinach.
Jestem reprezentantką Polski w szpadzie kobiet, wielokrotną medalistką Mistrzostw Polski, Mistrzostw Europy i Mistrzostw Świata. aktualną mistrzynią Europy, a największym moim sukcesem sportowym jest historyczny awans polskiej drużyny na Igrzyska Olimpijskie w Tokio, w którym brałam swój udział.
W roku 1987 założyłem firmę z bratem, także byłem studentem Wydziału Mechanicznego, a potem te studia pomogły mi zmienić profil firmy i z firmy komputerowej staliśmy się firmą w automatyce i robotyce przemysłowej na skalę ogólnopolską.
Dziś, w 2020 roku, z całą pewnością możemy powiedzieć, że jesteśmy dumni z osób, które opuściły mury naszej uczelni.
Odbywałem wyprawy raz w roku cyklicznie, co przez 12 lat pozwoliło mi odbyć 12 wypraw dookoła świata. Zdobyłem 8 szczytów z korony ziemi. Ostatnim szczytem, na którym byłem, to był Mount Everest.
W życiu zrobiłem, myślę, że powyżej 5 milionów zdjęć. Z tego 40 lat to jest fotografia analogowa. To był sierpień 75 i poszła pierwsza moja okładka właśnie w przekroju.
Rok 1945 uznawany jest za początek dziejów Politechniki Krakowskiej. Dzięki staraniom profesora Izydora Stella-Sawickiego w październiku podjęto decyzję, by przy Akademii Górniczej utworzyć wydziały politechniczne. Na semestr wstępny i pozostałe 4 lata zarejestrowało się 1537 osób. 7 lipca 1954 roku wydziały politechniczne przekształcono w niezależną uczelnię – Politechnikę Krakowską. W 1947 roku dowództwo okręgu wojskowego przekazało Politechnice budynki obecnego kampusu przy ulicy Warszawskiej w nieodpłatną dzierżawę. Budynki przeszły na własność Politechniki w 1956 roku. Wydział Architektury powstał jako jeden z pierwszych. Obecnie jednostka ta zajmuje wysoką pozycję naukową w polskim środowisku akademickim. Swoją siedzibę ma w Pałacu w Łobzowie, który stanowi własność Politechniki od 1959 roku.
Zaczynałem studia na Politechnice w 1960 roku. Tak jak mnie uczyli moi mistrzowie, moi profesorowie, że architekt, jeśli chce być nauczycielem akademickim, chce uczyć młodzież, to sam musi projektować. Bez wapna, bez cegły, bez wiedzy o tym, jak powstaje budynek, trudno sobie wyobrażać autentyczną rzeczywiście edukację architektoniczną.
Ważnym w historii uczelni był 1966 rok, w którym to utworzono nową jednostkę – Wydział Chemiczny. Resort Przemysłu Chemicznego zobowiązał się do budowy gmachu i zakupu aparatury do celów naukowo-badawczych. To tutaj prowadzone są badania nad rozwojem technologii chemicznej, czy opracowywane są receptury produktów kosmetycznych.
Zawsze chciałam być nauczycielem chemii, nie myślałam, że zostanę nauczycielem akademickim. Jednak moja historia potoczyła się w ten oto sposób, że aktualnie jestem zatrudniona na Wydziale Inżynierii i Technologii Chemicznej. Czasy studenckie na Politechnice Krakowskiej nieodzownie kojarzyły mi się z mieszkaniem na miasteczku akademickim. I ten okres wspominam jako oczywiście okres nauki, sesji, ale także okres przyjemności i zabawy. Był to czas, gdzie tak naprawdę nauka przeplatała się z taką radością życia.
W 1975 roku powołany został do życia kolejny Wydział Transportu, który dzisiaj funkcjonuje jako Wydział Mechaniczny. Na wydziale studenci projektują i tworzą prototypy m.in. pojazdów, maszyn czy robotów.
Już w 1974 roku z moim ojcem, profesorem wtedy Politechniki, chodziliśmy na placu budowy, kiedy tutaj się budował ten kampus na Czyżynach. A potem w latach 90. studiowałem tutaj przez 3 lata. Pierwsze 2 lata studiowałem na Warszawskiej, a potem na kampusie nowym na Czyżynach w Krakowie. W czasach studiów miałem przyzwoite oceny, nawet całkiem dobre na końcu. To jest bardzo trudny moment, żeby skończyć studia, to jest bardzo ważne.
W trakcie studiów zacząłem pracę w Instytucie Pojazdów Szynowych i ubłagałem wtedy obecnego dyrektora Instytutu, żeby przeniósł mnie do technologów, dlatego że wtedy mogłem realizować swoje pasje fotograficzne również. W akademikach na Bydgoskiej była siedziba Studenckiej Agencji Fotograficznej. W latach 70. zostałem ja szefem tej agencji.
W zeszłym roku akademickim uczelnia kształciła 14 000 studentów, o których wiedzę zadbało 1079 nauczycieli akademickich z 8 wydziałów. W ofercie uczelni znajdują się kierunki, które odpowiadają na potrzeby szybko zmieniającego się świata, takie jak geoinformatyka, biotechnologia czy inżynieria medyczna.
Wybrałem Politechnikę i budownictwo, dlatego że zawsze od dziecka pamiętam, lubiałem konstruować, budować. Wspominam miło z mechaniki budowli, zwyczaj i sposób, że niektóre trudne projekty rozwiązywało się na 3 sposoby, różnymi metodami i zawsze musiał wyjść ten sam wynik. A to da mnie dużą wartość, jak ważne jest sprawdzenie wszelkich koncepcji, bilansów biznesowych czy podejmowanych decyzji. Miesiąc po ukończeniu Politechniki Krakowskiej w 2006 roku wyruszyłem w swoją pierwszą podróż dookoła świata, która trwała 12 miesięcy. I w ostatnim miesiącu trwania podróży w Indiach zakupiłem motocykl Royal Enfield i tym motorem z Indii do Krakowa przyjechałem 6000 km.
Sport i szermierka towarzyszy mi od dzieciństwa. W czasach studenckich miałam przyjemność 3-krotnie reprezentować Politechnikę Krakowską na Uniwersjadzie Studenckiej, podczas których 2-krotnie doszłam aż do finału.
Społeczność naszej uczelni to ludzie z otwartą głową, których dalekosiężne plany kreują przemysł i szerzą polską myśl technologiczną. Politechnikę Krakowską ukończyło wiele wybitnych osób, które odniosły sukces, kreują myślenie i rzeczywistość pełną ważnych wynalazków.
Politechnika dała mi tą właśnie bazę i tą umiejętność, możliwość i odpowiedniej wiedzy technicznej, i jakoś tak samodzielnie też nauczyłem się prowadzenia biznesu i tak zostałem przedsiębiorcą z zacięciem inżynierskim, właśnie jako absolwent Politechniki Krakowskiej.
Politechnika mi pozwalała realizować swoje tematy. Patrzyli na mnie uczeni dość takim przychylnym, łaskawym okiem. No, stwierdzili, że taki gość zakręcony też na uczelni jest potrzebny.
W życiu zawodowego sportowca wykształcenie jest bardzo ważne, ponieważ kariera nigdy nie trwa całe życie. Dzięki władzom uczelni oraz gronu akademickiemu mogłam z łatwością uprawiać zawodowo sport, jak i z sukcesami ukończyć Wydział Mechaniczny.
Politechnika pozwoliła mi spełniać marzenia, które jeszcze 10 lat temu nie były możliwe, dzięki czemu teraz mogę realizować badania naukowe na światowym poziomie.
Mimo że Politechnikę Krakowską ukończyłem kilkanaście lat temu, to nadal jestem bardzo blisko związany z tą uczelnią. Wszędzie towarzyszy mi albo flaga, albo szalik Politechniki. W ten sposób i szalik Politechniki znalazł się na szczycie Mont Blanc, a flaga Politechniki Krakowskiej na szczycie Mont Everestu.
У нас є французи ж тут, правда?
Да.
Dzień dobry, Szanowni Państwo. Bardzo dziękuję za wsparcie i pomoc. Za to, że jesteście razem z Ukrainą w naszej walce. Razem my переможемо і вистоїмо. Niech żyje Polska, слава Україні. День добрий, шановні панство. Дуже дякую за підтримку і допомогу, за те, що ви разом з Україною в нашій битві. Разом ми переможемо і вистоїмо. Нехай живе Польща, слава Україні.
człowiek jest doktorem.
Patrizio
Z tego co widać, tam jest PhD
Martinelli z Newcastle.
architekt.
Proszę Państwa, nadszedł czas, żeby rozpocząć kolejne spotkanie po przerwie kawowej.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to resume our session after the break. And now we will listen to a presentation by Professor Patrizio Martinelli entitled Escape from the Avant-Garde, the House as a Stage for Memory.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry for not being with you today, but I thank the organizer to allow this possibility to have the online presentation. I'm Patrizio Martinelli from the Northumbria University in Newcastle, in the UK. My presentation is Escape from the Avant-Garde, the House as Stage of Memory. I think there has been a moment in the 20th century when, with the intention of refounding from zero the artistic languages, Schoenberg in music, Mondrian in painting, a narrative has been developed in which symbols and meanings and history itself disappeared, to start from scratch all over again. In these few words of the architect and academic Luciano Semerani, we see summarized one of the most relevant characteristics of the avant-garde and of the modern movement. In fact, it is well known how the modern movement proposed a refusal of any relationship with history, well represented by Bauhaus, that removed the teaching of history from its pedagogical programs. On the other hand, many modern movement masters and protagonists of avant-garde did not completely reject the past. For instance, Le Corbusier and Mies had strong connection with memory, history, and tradition. My presentation focuses on this aspect, how history and memory survived in the artistic, architectural, and cultural discourse, sometimes informed a sort of escape from avant-garde and modernism, towards the refuge, the shelter, the protective realm, even as a theatrical stage, of the domestic interiors. For ancient Roman rhetors, memory was one of the 5 parts of rhetoric, and art of recollection was a technique by which the orator could improve his memory, being able to deliver long speeches with reliable accuracy. As Frances Yates writes in her book The Art of Memory, according to this technique used by Quintilian and Cicero, quote, "The first step was to imprint on the memory a series of places. The most common type of mnemonic place system used was the architectural type. In order to form a series of places in memory, a building is to be remembered as spacious and varied as possible, with the forecourt, the living room, bedrooms, and parlors, not omitting statues and other ornaments with which the rooms are decorated. The images by which the speech is to be remembered are then placed in imagination on the places that have been memorized in the building." End of quote. After that, the orator would move in his imagination through his building, room after room, recalling in the right order images, concepts, and topics, delivering the speech, since the order is fixed by the sequence of places and building. The architectural mnemonic system was persistent during the Middle Ages and became very popular in Renaissance, and since then, this technique have often been used as a device to relate memory in places. In 1851, an American educator named Emma Willard created an historical timeline as an application of the classical art of memory that displays a classical temple with some parts of the floor, columns, and ceiling marked with historical events. But also the whole city can become a memory device. According to historian Christine Boyer, we can read Napoleon III's urban redesign of Paris as an application of the classic art of memory, with the monumental staging of monuments and buildings, all connected by paths inside the urban fabric as a celebration of the collective memory and the heroic accomplishments of his directorship. I interpret similarly the remarkable moving Russian Ark by Andrei Sokurov, in which a narrator wanders through the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. The path is not only the opportunity to visit the spaces of the museum, but a walk in history and memory. In fact, in each room, he encounters real and fictional people from various periods in the city's 300-year history. Getting back to Renaissance, during those times, the memory system was disseminated through treatises that prescribed that the places to be used had to be houses, but also churches, abbeys, and theaters. It is well known how the idea of theater informed the Renaissance interpretation of the world. Especially in the Venetian context, buildings and public spaces were often transformed in stages for the life of the city, in events like the Carnival or the processions in St. Mark's Square that we see depicted in the painting of Bellini and Carpaccio, or thanks to the numerous theaters spread in the urban fabric. Renaissance scholar Dennis Cosgrove says, quote, "The life of the Renaissance city was articulated, if not dominated, by spectacle, and was a mirror of a unified cosmos, the machine of the world." End of quote. Whose peak was reached by the Olympic Theatre in Vicenza, designed by Palladio. In Venice, at the time, the philosopher Giulio Camillo built a memory theatre, bringing together the classical mnemotechniques and the theatricality of humanist culture. It was not a full-scale building, though, but large enough to be entered by at least 2 people at once, a sort of large-scale wood cabinet or container in the shape of a theatre. The theatre derived from the Vitruvian archetype and had 7 steps, which were divided each into 7 parts. Each step had different images and symbols that represented concepts, ideas, aspects of human knowledge and culture, and at the same time, they were a representation of the cosmos. Under each image, there were drawers and boxes containing papers with speeches by Cicero and related to the subjects of the images. The spectator had to stand on the stage, looking towards this auditorium, gazing at the images on each of this section, acquiring knowledge of the world and wisdom from the lesson of the past. I think it is interesting to see this connection between the classical techniques of recollection that I briefly summarized and architectural spaces and types, the theater in particular. Memory is not an instrument for surveying the past, but it's theater, Benjamin wrote. Remembrance must, in the strictness epic of the rhapsodic manner, a side spade in ever new places, and in the old ones delve to ever deeper layers. End of quote. It is evident how memory is an essential component of architectural space and of the interior, made of archaeological stratification and histories of the inhabitant, molded into the interior. The domestic interior is the place where our lives take place, where we stage our history and memories, our activities and the representation of ourselves in everyday life, as in a theatrical play, arranging the spaces and gathering the objects that are essential part of our life, as in a personal, intimate collection that becomes, eventually, a self-portrait of our personality. In 1934, Mario Prats published the book The House of Life. The book is the autobiography of Prats, the seminal Italian literary critic, art historian, essayist, and art collector, whose most important publication in the realm of interior architecture, interior design and decoration is La filosofia dell'arredamento, published in 1945 and translated in English in 1964 with the title An Illustrated History of Interior Decoration. The book, The House of Life, is the recollection of his memories narrated using the house in Palazzo Ricci in Rome as its framework and structure. In 1934, Prats and his wife moved from Liverpool to Rome, where he was hired as a professor of English literature at Università La Sapienza. The couple lived in the house in Palazzo Ricci, in Via Giulia, that Pratt furnished with an even growing collection of pieces of 18th and 19th century furniture and objects. Therefore, the house functioned as a blank canvas, an empty container, a stage capable to host the mise-en-scène of the objects and the fragments of Pratt's life and memories, later collected in his book The House of Life. The house had also the role of refuge or shelter, and its interior became a protection from the outside world, from the city, from his beloved Rome, at the time transformed into an expression of what Pratt describes as the sad cases of modern Italy, with its development, not only urban, but also in taste and style, that in the name of modernization did not take into consideration the past and the history, and therefore made Mario Prats uncomfortable. This escape from the modernity of the city towards the interior of the domestic realm has been described by Walter Benjamin in his monumental The Arcade Project. Here, as scholar Charles Rice argues, the arcades of Paris represent the wedded advance of technology and commerce, the emblem of the modernizing city. Upholstery and textiles figure the domestic interior as a site of refuge from the city and its new, alienating form of experience. End of quote. At the end of the 19th century, the outside world followed the new paths of industrialization and technology, for Benjamin expressed by the steel and glass architecture of the arcades, introducing new, unexpected models, not only in the construction of the urban fabric, but also in the vision and interpretation of the world. The Impressionist and Expressionist untraditional representation of urban and natural environments, the abstract approaches in painting and photography developed between 1910s and 1930s by the avant-garde movements, the use of collage and montage as the privileged technique for the representation of the complexity of the metropolis celebrated by Siegfried Giedion are just a few of the contributions in this regard that pushed towards the critique of the traditional presence of the past, history, and memory as the foundational component of life and its expression. As a reaction to this overwhelming new world, the escape towards the interior was an invaluable option for the citizen. The shelter of domesticity and the life inside the house are expressed in the 19th century depiction of inhabited sections, multi-story residential buildings without facades that Georges Tissot calls, quote, exteriorized interiors, in which the building was represented as a dissected body, allowing the eye to penetrate its interior in order to study its life, its function, and its organs, end of quote, where the everyday life in the interior, not inside the city, is depicted as lively vignettes populated by human figures acting in a sort of exposed theatrical stage inside each room. We can see Prats and his idea of the world and life as part of this narrative. Away from the street, away from the urban realm, away from the modern world, he collects his objects and narrates his life inside the house, the protagonist of his book, The House of Life. In the book, Prats describes 7 rooms, and 7, as we know, were the parts which represented the whole human knowledge and history in Giulio Camillo's memory theatre. Every room and object that Prats describes function as a memory place, as prescribed by Quintilian and Cicero. Histories are impressed in places and in the pieces collected, such as furniture, painting, statues, objects, and the rhetorical narration of his life takes the shape of a promenade architectural in the interior of the house. And one spot in Pratt's house seems to be almost a literal transfiguration of the Renaissance model. Pratt writes, quote, if you stand in the doorway and look all around, you can see behind the dining room and beyond it the flower stands in the hall, obliquely to the left, part of the bedroom, sideways to the right, beyond a further door, a portion of my daughter's room, and straight ahead, part of the study or drawing room. This, therefore, is a point of view which allows a general view of the rooms in all variety of their different colored wallpapers and in the richness of their furnishings. End of quote. Beside the hidden reference to Giulio Camillo, it is clear the theatrical aspect of the space. From here, the spectator, the inhabitant, visitor, or guest, could admire the mise-en-scène of the whole house in its complexity and richness. But every room is a theater of memories, a collection of objects, a recollection of events, an opportunity to tell a story. In his daughter Lucia's bedroom, a simple pedestal cupboard acquired from a person who lived in a street in Florence reminds Pratt of his first excursion with his family as a child on a similar street of Tuscany. In the dining room, a collection of Vienna plates decorated with views of the Thames gives him the opportunity to recall an expedition on a yacht along that river. In the boudoir, the yellow settee reminds him of when he read to his friend Diamante La Venus d'Ille by Mérimée, and all of a sudden they heard a distant thunder and then a whistle of a locomotive, and this made him recall a remote childhood memory of him and his mother traveling by train from Florence to Bologna. This last example is a recurring motif. The mise-en-scène of the objects in the interior becomes a mise-en-abîme, the narration inside the narration, the memory inside the memory. He used this rhetorical technique at the end of the book, when he describes in the boudoir a convex mirror that reflects the interior space of the room. Quote, "The rest of the room appears in miniature in the magic of the mirror. The chandelier, the portrait of the lady in white and the pictures, and the yellow settee, and the wall cabinet, and the person who looks into the mirror from the room appears reduced in size like the figure of the painter in a similar mirror, the first to be represented in a picture, the so-called Arnolfini portrait by Van Eyck. This person who looks into the mirror is myself, and in this book I've written is like a conspectus in a convex mirror of a life and of a house. I see myself as having myself become an object and an image, a museum piece among museum pieces, already detached and remote." End of quote. In theatrical terms, this is the first coup de théâtre we find in the book. After the journey inside the 7 rooms, the narrator, the storyteller, the actor, is transformed in one of the pieces of the collection, in one of the elements of the scenery. He has been transformed in memory himself, in his own personal theater. But 20 years later, another coup de théâtre is narrated in the 1976 revised edition of the book. One evening, Prats gets back to his house and sees that a tentative burglary happened. A few days later, there is another similar episode, scary but without any damage or theft, that eventually, quote, changed the process. The house, as using Pratt's words, that are called Bachelard, a projector of the hero, lose its all meaning and importance. Transforming the house in a dead thing. The house of life becomes, all of a sudden, the house of death. Therefore, after this episode, Pratt decides to move from his beloved house in Palazzo Ricci to another apartment in Rome, in Palazzo Primoli. Before moving, the writer becomes a designer. He says, quote, "I had a plan of the apartment, I calculated the available space in millimeters, and drew the disposition of the pieces of furniture and of the paintings for each room." End of quote. On 20 sheets of paper, with precision and care, Prats draws every interior elevation of the new house with his beloved pieces of furniture, objects, and paintings, adding notes and comments, trying to recreate the previous juxtaposition, even creating some new ones because of the different spatial arrangement of the place. The drawings are accurate surveys of each piece, placed with care in order to design the interior stage of the representation of this world and reinstall on the new shelf is Theater of Memory. With this surprising move, he wanted to detach his objects from the infected envelope and find a new theater for them, for his life, for his memories. In this process, the house, as used in Pratt's world, they're called bashlar, the projection of the ego and a mirror of the spirit, loses its meaning and importance. He lived in his house, in this new house, until he died in 1982, and now this is a museum, and as he desired. Pratt's book and house show us that we can travel the world and into the past without even leaving our room, using a metaphor of German historian Karl Schlögel. That's what Mario Prats did, room after room in his house, page after page in his book, where memory and history are staged as presence in everyday life, for himself and for us, spectators and participants of his theater of memory. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, też mamy tę sytuację zdalnego.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this speaker was with us online, so we can't ask any questions of Professor Martinelli. This paper was really very interesting. Let me just add a few comments. I can say that it was a very succinct yet profound reflection on the complexity of human psyche, of human needs. On the one hand, the need for memory, the need for reflection, the need for remembrance for something that is the exact opposite of the avant-garde. But, on the other hand, the need for the avant-garde, the need to rupture with what we are tackling with. Once we leave our refuge, our home refuge, where we collect the artifacts related to our memory. To me, this complexity lies in the fact that we need both. And I believe that this is the true depth of the paper. So it was a very apt conclusion on the relationship between what's contemporary, what's modern, and what's traditional, what's known, what we would like to keep in our direct proximity. And not always all of these things might be considered avant-garde. Let me add a short comment, and I hope that at the end of our session today we'll be able to discuss the ideas on avant-garde that we have presented here. So here we had a focus on a new context which is particularly relevant to our discipline. So we are not able to identify avant-garde in separation from the so-called background or context, which is based on theory and history. If we don't have this basic foreground, it is difficult to evaluate the innovative quality of any gesture or thought. Okay, I believe we are ready to continue our meeting, and the meeting will go on for a while on site. So the first one to speak to us live is Professor Leszek from Wrocław, who will speak to us about Lebus Woods between avant-garde and science fiction.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me here and for offering me the opportunity to share with you my reflections on avant-garde. In my paper, I analyzed a case of an artist. And I attempted at defining the meaning of an avant-garde artist. So 10 years have passed since the death of a great visionary and wonderful draftsman and unique intellectual Lebus Woods. Many critics considered him a representative of the avant-garde of the turn of the 20th and 21st century. The concept of avant-garde and as an adjective and as a noun is used in two basic meanings. First, it refers to the avant-garde of art of the first half of the 20th century, which included new artistic movements. So it was about innovation going before or ahead any contemporary trends. And this is a new quality of new creators, new artists, and in this sense, Lebus Woods is called an avant-garde artist. Therefore, a question arises, namely, to what extent this feature of Woods' creative activity is superficially attributed, and to what extent the connection of his oeuvre with the essence of avant-garde art creating of the beginning of the 20th century can be proved. Comparing the feature of avant-garde art described by Morawski, a historian of art and architecture, with some of Woods' achievements will allow us to verify the thesis, suggesting that among contemporary architects, Woods was the closest to the original roots of avant-garde. Morawski was attempting to look at this phenomenon in a synthetic way and identify the most important features of avant-garde movement. He lists 4 such features of the avant-garde trends: distance to the existing art, pioneering and innovation, this extraordinary perception of the world and art by refreshing it, and search for the unusual at any cost, which is a negative aspect of avant-garde. But then Zygmunt Bauman described Morawski by listing 6 features: pioneering spirit, distance and aversion to the existing art and its role in social life, despising the past, especially its canon, theorizing about one's own creative activity, treating art as the most advanced outpost of social progress, drawing inspiration from science and technology. And that aspects of avant-garde and its demonstration allow us to look at Woods' intellectual and creative activity and point it to its avant-garde values. One of the main and basic differences between avant-garde creative activity in art and architecture is the fact that artists can perform their work on their own, but implementations of architectural works require considerable costs and will of investors and decision makers, and involves a lot of effort. But here, architecture, freed from principles, economic constraints and implementation conditions, makes it possible to go beyond the realities of professional practice. But note that this is not equivalent to avant-garde attitude to be anonymous. So, avant-garde or neo-avant-garde, or these concepts are reserved for specific trends at a specific time by art researchers. However, one can try to extrapolate it to various creative attitudes: innovative, visionary, non-conformist, contesting, going ahead, not mentioning other attributes. So this is an avant-garde attitude. So in 1980s, during the exhibition of images and imagineers of architecture at Centre Pompidou, Peter Davy expressed the view that contemporary architecture would probably look different without this type of creative activity, which is a significant part of the architectural heritage. Livius Woods in 1970s devoted himself entirely to developing his own concept of architecture. He broke up with the commercial design for the sake of drawing and intellectual work. He left behind him a huge number of drawings and models, and he also published dozens of books and published texts in the press. His concepts and views are incorporated into publications about future technologies and new paradigms of the civilization. His intellectual activity and position in the world of architecture are evidenced by the fact that he worked at or was temporarily invited to many leading architectural universities, and also he was involved in organizing workshops at the Research Institute of Experimental Architecture, issued publications, recruiting collaborators. He actively animated events that linked his creative concept with problems and events related to modern civilization. He was a unique personality, often described as an archetype, which can be regarded as appreciation for his unconventional, innovative, creative attitude. He worked out an individual way of practicing the profession of an architect, which was free from the requirement of the market game and the dictatorship of investors. He created space organization concepts where commercial designers did not act. As an architect, he was involved in spatial situations in the areas of war, economic collapse, and natural disasters, namely where destruction and chaos required new types of space organization instead of rebuilding old orders. His more than 30 years of artistic work can be divided into three periods. In the first one, Woods began creating a vision of architecture in abstract spaces, terra nova, as a new theoretical order based on knowledge, universe science, which rejected determinism and Cartesian order and was based on a revolution in science caused by the theory of relativity. So here he developed the concept of experimental architecture that became a tool for all his creative activity. At the end of this period, he began to create works in the real context of cities such as Paris, Berlin, and Zagreb. In the second period, in the 1990s, Woods' works were focused on very sensitive issues affecting the architecture and urban space. He devoted a lot of work to the war in the Balkans, to the degraded economically Havana in Cuba, and San Francisco destroyed by the earthquake. So in this context of destroyed and chaotic spaces, he developed the concept of anarchitecture and tactics of radical reconstruction. They refer to the activities. We rejected the existing spatial order and traditional schemes of city and architecture functioning for the spontaneous bottom-up self-organization of people living in such areas. Such tactics fit well into a more universal concept of the architecture of resistance, partisan minority, which was against everything. In the last period, in the first decade of the 21st century, until his death, Wood softened his revolutionary rhetoric, but with a new force returned to the roots of basing the concept of architectural activities on the scientific reflection. More theoretical design consideration and spatial experiments were related to technological revolution and new paths of civilization development, and they began to dominate again. In his introduction to an interview with Woods, Jeff Monach wrote, "Of course, Woods is usually considered the avant-garde of the avant-garde, someone for whom architecture and science fiction or urban planning and exhilarating and contained speculation are all but one and the same. His work is experimental architecture in its most powerful and politically provocative sense. So there are three periods that should be defined as avant-garde periods. However, while Woods was appreciating the creative work of other artists, which were avant-garde works, he would define himself as not a member of such trends. His experimental architecture, revolutionary architecture, would dissociate with any relationship with traditional or liberal consumer culture as well. So we have the concept of that avant-garde concept. So pioneering spirit. Moravsky, when writing about the pioneering innovation as features of the avant-garde, draws attention to the distinction between a tendency towards otherness and unique achievements. In this sense, the aforementioned fact of calling Woods an archetype by the professional community should be understood. He was a pioneer primarily in new tactics in architectural practices. He saw an architect as an experimenter, author, and mediator, making an intervention in a complex physical and social space, and who was intellectually and politically engaged. He tried to connect his revolutionary spatial concept with the real problems of places on Earth, which were in deep crises. Wood's creative activity is innovative, despite some similarities to early achievements in the field of architecture. It is possible to show formal analogies in the first period of Wood's creative activity to architectural visions and urban visions of 1960. There are also noticeable formal similarities to the early works of representations and deconstructivism. However, Peter Neuvel brought about words. Of course, he's not a deconstructor, and he doesn't use the method of deconstruction either as an excuse for laziness or as an authorization for an indifferent architectural expression. No. This stands an aversion to the existing art and its role in social art. When translating this feature of the artistic avant-garde into the area of architectural creative activity of Woods, note the critical attitude to the realities of design practice was probably a motive for departing from it and accompanied him throughout his life, but he wrote in 1990s, architecture has always served strength and power in society, was accused architects of conformism and servility. So the effect of him distancing himself from the capitalist spatial and professional reality was the creation of the concept of anarchitecture, a combination of the term architecture and anarchy. So are the architecture of resistance, rebellion, and revolution. So he was for experimental architecture that looked for new forms of space organization for a free society, despising the past and, in particular, its canons. So past contemptive attitude can be regarded an important feature representing the avant-garde. Saint Elie and the Manifesto on Futuristic Architecture in 1914 distanced himself from the traditional architecture that was in force at that time, including pseudo-architecture of the avant-garde, classical architecture from imitation and reconstruction of ancient monuments and palaces, from vertical and horizontal lines, cubic forms, and pyramids. But in 1992, Woods wrote, an architect who designs types of buildings is a builder of pyramids, who imitates hidden forms previously written by those who dominate others and want to speak on their behalf, and who benefit from conventions, conformism, and adaptations to the principles of normality. A year later, he renewed his attack on contemporary designers. In that case, the architects who monumentalize authority, resisting change authority that seeks to maintain itself as the status quo are not today serving civilization but its enemies. categorization, oversimplification, and typology. He claimed that the only response to conventional commercial architecture for the chosen people could be an architecture with all its philosophy and innovative spatial structures. Theorizing about own creativity. So the avant-garde attitude includes a reflection of one's own creative activity, from creative manifestos to extensive studies about creative practice and theory, which showed great publishing activity in this regard, with his manifesto that set out the direction for the revolutionary concept. 1993, and 16 years later, he published a slow manifesto on his blog. He included a collection of thoughts summarizing his path of creating activity. He also created a unique form of theorizing about architecture, attributing thoughts and views to a fictional architect called Balthasar Holz. His drawing and essays were published in 1999, treating art as the most advanced outpost of social progress. In many of his works, Woods expressed his belief that architecture can be a tool of social changes. He considered a shift away from the existing practices and forms of space organization in favor of a revolutionary paradigm based on new forms of architecture. In one of the interviews, he said, "Architecture should not be just something that follows up on the event, but the leader of events. By implementing an architectural action, one actually transforms the social fabric. Architecture becomes an instigator. It becomes an initiator." Criticizing the current state of civilization leading to wars and economic degradation of certain regions, he saw in animating grassroots self-organization a way to create a new spatial and social tissue. Old compromised structures should not be reconstructed by no new revolutionary tactics and should be introduced to the society. Among the main concepts of the new organization of social space, he included heterarchy as the opposite of the hierarchy dominating in the contemporary world, drawing inspiration from science and technology. Initially, he was fascinated by revolution in science, and especially with Einstein's theory of relativity. In this context, he was interested in the dynamics, processes, and becoming. So Schwarz later on wrote that even if I cannot take seriously of all the mysticism in which Woods dresses up his defensive speech to accept the unknown, I think Peter Cook is right when he writes about Woods' work that architecture, since the death of Buckminster Fuller, urgently needs someone who will think again a little more universally about the world and its meaning through light and air, through time and space. Indeed, Woods supplemented his project with texts referring to scientific theories. He added glossaries containing scientific terms and neologism he created, and he referred to scientists. And in his creative work, he turned experiment as a strategic element. And he referred to buildings and cities as living laboratories. Summarizing, if we assume that the definition of an architect as being avant-garde is conditioned by the fulfillment of the constitutive features, at least to a large extent of the avant-garde, then Woods deserves the definition more than any contemporary star architects. That, as shown, his work is based on the avant-garde concept. So his professional concept, his aspects are an isolated phenomenon. However, Woods developed a large independence, which on the one hand allowed him to boldly formulate views, and also on the other hand to achieve the position of an authority in a professional environment. And he was in a class of his own. However, he did not create an avant-garde direction in contemporary contemporary architecture similar to the trends from the beginning of the 20th century, or it's hard to assess it right now. His trends and ideas are followed out by a small group of his professional friends and students. Woods did not accept the concept of avant-garde if it's in its additional understanding, but he was a unique visionary and had a sense of mission. All of his over 30 years of activity proved that he actively participated in various areas of professional life and created an original architectural program from difficult time. In this regard, he was a pioneer and innovator, but also a rebel and revolutionist. Therefore, he fully deserves the name of an avant-garde architect.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie profesorze.
Professor, thank you so much. I suggest that we leave questions, if there are any, to the Q&A part, which is to happen quite soon. I think we'll remember, Professor, your excellent paper, a great example of using the works of Woods to explain and illustrate many interesting observations about the avant-garde. And also, thank you so much for introducing these precise concepts and definitions of avant-garde as such.
Dziękujemy raz jeszcze.
Thank you once again.
Może bez zbędnej zwłoki.
And now, without further ado,
Lamberto Amistadi z Bologni,
Professor Lamberto Amistadi from Bologna will present us with his paper. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. I am happy to be here for the first time in Krakow. And thank you for the topic. It's very challenging, it's very difficult, but interesting. We have already heard a lot of definition of avant-garde, and so I can add one by me. I don't want to approach the question of the avant-garde in this opposition between tradition and avant-garde. I prefer the definition by John Dewey, who say that there is no difference of quality between avant-garde and tradition, but just a difference of time. This is very interesting, a difference of time. The time of the avant-garde is the time of the strategy, is the time of the syntactical turn, the time of the composition. The syntactical turn is a very amazing concept by Yves Lembois in a book, Painting as Model, who speaking about Mondrian, spoke about this question of the syntactical turn. But that this is the space, the space of the composition, the space of the repetition, the space of the variation, the space of the transfiguration, the space of the combination. That is, we see here a famous image. This is Man Ray and Francis Picabia playing chess, yeah? If you know the painting of Francis Picabia uses all the same elements, but combining them in different way. This is another interesting issue, this question, to find out all the possibilities of the variation. And this space of the composition is a formal space. This question, this concept of formal space is too born in the time of the historical avant-garde in the 20 years. Because formal space is this concept by Rudolf Carnap. You know Rudolf Carnap is all that studies about the structure of the language. Yeah, of course, we could say that this formal space, this compositional space is a space, the deep space of the structure. But this space, this formal space, has many levels of depth. There is another invention of Noam Chomsky, for example. We always hear about deep structure and surface structure, but this deep structure is made by many levels. So I want to do just some example of this space of the articulation, but this difference between the two levels of this formal space was made in the 20th year before, in the 17th, by Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin was already quoted by my friend Patrizio Martinelli, who I want to say hello on the internet. But this is, we could say that the substance of the world is crossed by two sections, the longitudinal section of painting and the cross-section of certain forms of drawing. The longitudinal section would seem to have a representative function and in some way contains things. The cross-section is symbolic. It contains the signs. This is the reason of my subtitle, yeah? Praxis without representation. But there is not opposition between representation and this symbolic space. It is just a difference of time. Yeah. So I want to do 3 examples about this question of the articulation of the things and about this idea to do experience of all the possibilities. This idea of all the possibilities is another idea strong in the avant-garde time, because if you think the music of Schoenberg, the composition mit 12 Tonen, yeah, the dodecaphonic music, the idea of Schoenberg was to don't repeat one note until you have done experience of all the other 11 notes. So this is the idea of this faith in the art, in the architecture, autonomy of the art and the architecture, because the autonomy was another awareness reached in the time of the avant-garde, and this constructive procedures or syntactic strategic model. The first example is the example of John Haydock. I called this example Transfiguration. John Haydock, it is for me, this is American architect. It's very interesting because he worked like Picabia with few elements, typological elements, like in this case the stair, the step stair of the theater, taken by the example of Villa Malaparte in Capri, because this funnel form, yeah, this funnel form, funnel form. So. But in this theater, for example, pantomime theater, John Haydock in one page described all the possibilities of this very simple element. We have the same element doubled in 2 different directions, and we have that theater with a lot of people, a lot of audience, and just one actor. Or we can have the contrary, 1 people, 1 audience, and many actors. Yeah? And then more, we can use this theater above, or we can use this theater in the space below. So we have all the possibilities. And then John Haydock went on with this example, because we could double on the diagonal and we could have something in the air and the same mirror figure underground. And doing this transfiguration, the interesting thing is that the functional program change. And so there is this interesting question about how, stressing the typological traditional elements, we can stress the functional program. One pupil of him called him, what do you mean with program? Because John Eliot spoke always about program, new program. Do you mean functional program or philosophical program? He answered both. And so, in this case, we can add another specific idea of the avant-garde. For example, the paradox of the Dada avant-garde and the irony. In this case, the double figure of the theater, what is? It is a swimming pool, but the swimming pool is triangular both in the plan and in the section. And so, when you start to swim, you reach a point when to swim is impossible because the water is too shallow. Of course, this idea of the two doublings, to double, and of the inversion of the contraposition of the same things have one philosophical and ethical issue too, because in this little project by him, judge stairs, the same element of the stairs is doubled. On the one chair, one judge is sitting, and the other chair, and deep in that chair, there is who is judged. But at last, the judge and who is judged are the same, just in the opposite condition. Yeah. The second example is about this architect, Luciano Semerani, already quoted by Patrizio Martinelli. So I want to say hello again to Patrizio Martinelli. Luciano Semerani. Because in that idea of the composition, but in that idea of the avant-garde, there is the idea of the linguistic game. The idea of the game. You know, the idea of the linguistic game was born in the same 20 years on the past century, and was carried home by Ludwig Wittgenstein. Yeah? The idea is that the compositional play, your compositional game, is based on rules. And so, in the last time of his life, Luciano Semerani read again a list of rules on this old project. This is the project for the Municipio di Osopo, the house of the municipality in Italy, made in the 79. But a lot of years later, Luciano Semerani established just the rules for a game, for a linguistic architectonical game. And so the rules were elimination of materiality in the elements of the architectural construction, the assumption of the curved line as an eruption in the order narrative, the principle of the matryoshka, the Russian doll, that contains inside other dolls that are all the same but increasingly smaller. That is the interlocking of boxes of different size within a single formal configuration. The disembowelment of the buildings that produces the urban interior by staging their own internal building organs. That is very avant-garde in the sense of the Dada and the paroxystic way of, for example, Adolf Loos, who was strictly friend of the poets and the artists of his time. Yeah? So we have a bit the same rules, defined rules that all the rules are established playing with single, simple elements, but composing them in different way. And we have this idea of the matryoshka that we already have seen in other presentations. The idea to put something inside something else. The other example is this example about the difference between this two different time of the representation of the things and this symbolic time of the process. We could speak about the stairs, yeah, in two ways. This is the stair where the stair is something finished, completed at the end of the process. This is a beautiful drawing of Giuseppe Tamaro. The cat who raises the tail tells us the end of the stair. So we have the stair as a completed, finished thing in a representative way. In this idea of John Haydock, the stair is not a finished thing, but the stair is a process. Have you ever read the article on the Bonaparte house? That is something to do with your question. This is the beginning of it all. It is a wall from the horizontal to the vertical, abstract. This very clear definition of the abstraction of the avant-garde, but especially of this idea of the avant-garde like a process. And so the stair there is something like the cut, complete, finished. In this idea of the stair is the passage from the horizontal to the vertical. And this is a reasoning very frequent in the avant-garde drawing, like, for example, in the Poland avant-garde painter, yeah, Strzemiński was I think, Katarina Kobry and Strzemiński. What is this architectural composition? Well, in the painting, this process is represented. This is the paradox. It's praxis without representation, but at last, in this painting, the process is represented. Yeah, so it's not real what I said before. Or it's the same. All the sketches, a lot of sketches by Paul Klee, in this idea of the figuration. Yeah, for him, Gestalt is the way to lead to the form. We have the form, the steady, the fixed form, and we have the way to lead to the form. And so this idea of the stairs was fascinating, Adolf Loos too, in these sketches for the Mexico City Town Hall competition, in this time of the process. We have different examples of stairs with different harmonic proportion, because this space, formal space, was this time of the composition, the time of the process is strictly related to the composition in the music. Yeah. It is not a case that we say composition in painting, composition in architecture, composition in music. Of course, we in Italy, we are teaching composition, not design. We like to say it every time, architectural composition. And so, this is the last, another example of this idea, to compose always with the same elements, but changing the size and changing the position. Stressing the typological object in all is possibility. So we have the famous tower by Adolf Loos for the Chicago Tribune competition with this great column. It is over the basement, the block of the basement. But we could imagine to change the size of the column and to change the position of it. And so we can imagine a lot of a changing in the typological universe and a changing in the program. In what direction? It is not so important because we can imagine a lot of function for the same configuration. Or another funny data operation by Jonedo is this idea to stress the object in all the possibilities. In this case, the possibility is try using the section, one section, like a plan. This is the experiment, of course. In the avant-garde space, there is always this experimental component. That's it. But this is the idea of the inversion, but the inversion is, in this case, inside the space of the representation. What is normal using like a section is used, in this case, like a plan, and what happened in the typological universe. Yeah? And so I just enjoy to try all what happened when I do this changing. Yeah. So to conclude, I'm interested to underline this question, this different section of the world, the representative and the time of the process. This idea in the avant-garde to use all the same things but combining in different way. I like to quote the Roland Barthes sentence, who say that originality is not doing new things, but combining old things in a new way. This is the originality. And so I think that it is a game, a linguistic game, it is a play, and I think we should enjoy to have this experience of the combination game. Or maybe, I quote now Raffaella Neri, who spoke about happiness. Maybe it could be a happy game. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu profesorowi za
Thank you, Professor, for this very interesting paper presentation and a completely different approach to avant-garde and innovation in architecture that you concluded with an interesting quote from Barthes, yes, that innovation is just combining elements that already exist, but in a new, innovative way. I believe that architecture as life itself has always been a game. It is a game in space, and well, the first slide you showed us was a chess game, and as in life, certain moves cannot be repeated, but in architecture you can make some things anew, starting from scratch, and go ahead in this way. Okay, so maybe I will add one more thought that came to my mind. What drew my specific attention in your paper was the fact that you extended this catalogue of the symptoms of avant-garde, and I'm referring here from your conclusions from the case studies and my own conclusions. So I believe that a symptom that would allow us to recognize the avant-garde nature of thought is paradox, right? So paradox in architecture may mean an attempt to freeze certain procedural aspects, or just the opposite, to activate certain permanent states. I believe that this is something that belongs to our own craft, that belongs to our own competence, because whenever we draw our own buildings and whenever something atypical happens in this process, our stability is being shaken. The stability of our architectural associations is somehow interrupted, and it's also typical of avant-garde movements, I believe, yes. Right, so maybe we will go ahead because we are nearing the end of our conference today, and this final paper for today is the paper by Renato Capozzi, Professor Capozzi from Naples, and it will be presented online. It is entitled Form versus Anti-Form's Shapelessness.
To illustrate the diacrisis between the two terms form and antiforms, shapeless forms, in the title isn't an easy challenge. It's enough to say that the first is unknown, deliberately kept in the singular, and the second one an adjective rendered in the plural. In apparently paradoxical terms, it should be noted that while in the notion of form, it finds a very wide plurality of meanings and articulation. In fact, of shapeless, this multiplicity of declination is notably reduced, although there are positions which have underlined to propulsive potential opposed to unusual limiting designation for the mean. Starting from the etymology, on the level of etymological ascents, the term's form is reference to Greek and Latin origin, often signification not only distant and multiple, but sometimes opposite. For the Greek, there were many ways to designate the concept of form. Eidos, intelligible form, idea, form, the theme, idei, or see, eidolon, image, idol, double, apparition, illusion, spectre. Pragma, shaped thing form. Rythmos, form, sequence, disposition of part in a word, affine to reo, scroll. Or morphe, sensitive form, outward appearance. Or tropos, affine to prepo, term, use with use, other use. Schema, way in which I think occurs. In Latin, forma takes the meaning of form appearances, beauty, and derives, in addition to the resonance of morphe, from verb foreign, which has the meaning of hold, support, contain, or using the root tar, from which the Greek taranos. That means stable, fixed figure, and so on. For this ancestry, the terms would denote an external figure of the matter or the way of disposition in parts of things, but also a model to give the matter a determined figure. If the Greek articulates the meaning of form into many names with a gradation from the abstract ideal plane to the dissolutive consequence of Plato, of pure and purely real concept, insensibly and illusory manifestation of image, passing through description of waves of seeing, flowing, shaping in a form and concrete and external manifestation in which the matter is configured. Conversely, the Latin derivation, even if it contains some inconsistencies in the volatility of the prefix far, prefer action on the matter to determine a regimentation conformation by ordered and regulated disposition based on the verified models capable of producing beauty and conformity of external appearances. The modern definition of the term with the ambiguities and semantics shift that can be imaged In fact, the hit word form is a very general way that denotes the appearance of an object, sufficient to characterize its external way. In the current acceptation, one can find various similar words such as figure, from Latin figura, and above all, as Victorio Hugo points out, image from Greek icon. This synonym generates quite a few misunderstandings, considering the fact that an architectural work has an image, but don't authorize it to be reduced only an image, since its values lies almost exclusively and its ability to refer completely to a form as a diagram through the appropriate codification. The origin of the word shapeless is of a completely different kind, while on the hand, if is of more recent formation, first all of 14th century, and on the other hand, it has no origin. Another Latin informis derived by forma with negative prefix in. By connecting this truth to the terms amorpho, it arrives at Greek amorphos as a shapeless, denoting what is without a definite form, amorphous matter. The shapeless is therefore that which has nothing distinct in this structure. It is interesting to note how the verb inform that shares with a shapeless and an etymological construction similar instead alludes to giving form, to instructing how give structure to something doesn't yet have it. On the aesthetic and philosophical and theoretical level, the multiple values of the terms forms assume the sense of ordering principle that gives unity and coherence to a multiplicity of elements. While for Plato, from his primary essence eidos, and the case of phenomena, and which have an imperfect copy, with, however, it's possible, through our progressive abstraction, to make intelligible the authentic sense. For Aristotle, preferring morphe over eidos, form is inextricably linked to the matter, representing its efficient and final chaos, assuming nevertheless a logical primacy as of everything it can speak because it has form and not for its material appearance as such. Quoting. Two different directions we have. That Plato, that of an idea produces sensitive images from which it's possible to intuit the essence behind, and Aristotle, that in the physics recognize the dynamics between form and matter, up to the final synthesis in absolute form disconnected from the matter. The Aristotelian option will be recalled by both St. Thomas in applying to the matter a signatura in Latin that reveals the divine presence, and by Hegel in the concept of absolute spirit. From Kant, remarking on the ordering role of form in a transcendental sense, the pure forms of intuition become condition of the possibility of the of knowledge, in which matter is be understood and quotation, that which correspond to a sensation, and form that for which the multiply and phenomenon can be ordered by a priori. Analogously, intellects are determined by reason, I think, in a synthetic formal terms. If the setting of Cassidio and Panofsky in Cantanian Grove assume the symbolic form as unifying principles of a multiple and indistinct shapeless, that has usurped phenomenology, allowing an epoche in which it puts brackets the world, suspending the judgment of the existence of things, is connected with Plato in the consideration that phenomena must be investigated in their manifestation in order to grasp their noumenal essence. The psychological acquisition of Gestalt are of different side that in articulatural rules of percept, which investigates the way of understanding and conceptualization of the form. The post-structuralist Derrida, Deleuze, Lyotard, on the contrary, this solves, starting from the negation of grand récit on a Nietzschean and Heideggerian presupposition, in which the concept of difference, the investigation on articulation of logocentric structure in incessant practice of the deconstructionism, postmodernism, relativism through the hermeneutics of the text. On the aesthetical level, the form coincides with the outward appearance of things that envelopes and forces like an habitus, and can only be beautiful in the sense of orderly, completed, and balanced. In Hegel Aesthetica, the form is assumed as, quotation, the sensitive appearance in which idea is exteriorized, and the measure of its adaptation to the idea content will also be, as in classical art, the measure of its adaptation to the beauty. We have to underline the distinction, well-known distinction, between ideographic human science and nomothetic natural science. In morphogenetical approach, form assumed as an organism to be studied to invariance and transformation, and in Goethe represents quotation, something that moves, becomes, passes. The theory of form is a theory of metamorphosis. The passage, intuitive but not empirical, between the theme form basis, your phenomenon, through variation allows the process of formation, building, and defines morphogenetic as an incessant qualitative increase. The form in this exegesis, and after Nietzsche, will not, as Parisian points out, be more ascribable to internal and external schematism, but to the form-formed embryo and actual state. Also, the Gestalt will recover, in a Platonic sense, for which beauty returns to be a synonymous which order some Goethean notion in the identification of totality as not residual to the sum of its part. On the wake of Goethean morphology, its development, it will arrange on one side the structuralist hypothesis outlined above, and on the other the biological naturalistic hypothesis of living and geometry world, with a reference for Plato Timaeus and in the position assumed by René Thom, passing through the phenomena of self-presentation, exploring a confusion and confusion creativity similar to the concept of mimicry or camouflage. A relevant singularity is represented to the formal theory by Henri Fosillon, in which his work is, quotation, is an attempt towards the unique. It affirms itself is a whole, as an absolute, and at the same time is a part of a system of complex relationship. Its matter of spirit, its form and content, and arise from an active encounter between the formal vocation of man and the formal vocation in the matter of the matter. In his book Vie des Formes, the connection between forms and life is expressed following Balzac. In this assertion, quotation, life is form, and form is word of life, and the works doesn't exist as a form, without a form. A form that in all its fullness is assumed as construction of space and matter, which manifests itself as the balance of the masses, where the form can become a formula or rule that is abrupt at rest, an exemplary type, but it's primarily a mobile life in a changing world. For Adorno, in conclusion of this relation with Aesthetica, he says, what an artist can say, he says only by giving a form. And the same line, Luigi Parreison, in his Teoria della Formatività, stated that form is the success of a process of formation. The triumph of shapeless. This search of stability of form corresponds in recent years to the progressive revelation of the shapeless as a transgression of form, but also as a promise, as a possibility. In aesthetic context, from futurism to art brut to the informal in the avant-garde line, where the shapeless is an art tapis, no longer defined by the form but by its antithesis. At the same time, on the theoretical level, the thesis by Georges Bataille argues that shapeless serves to downgrade and to transgress the form, to desublimate it being able to trigger new process. The symbol of shapeless is in his book Documents. In fact, he writes, stated, quotation, shapeless, additional words start from the moment in which it no longer gave the sense, but the task of the word. So shapeless is not just an adjective with meaning, but a term that serves to downgrade, requiring in general that everything has its form. What designates has no rights of its own in any sense, and it is crucial everywhere like a spider or an earthworm. This obscure definition prediction, in our opinion, is contradicted by the reflection of poet Paul Valéry, who in the Degasters essay, observing the floor on which the ballet dancer are reflected states. It's something true of the sharpness. There are things, spots, contour, volumes, in certain way that existing de facto, that are only perceived by us but not known. We cannot reduce them to a single law. Deduce them from analysis of their paths, reconstruct them with logical operation. We can modify them with freely. They have no other propriety than to occupy an area of the space. To say that they are shapeless things is not to say that have no form, but their forms do not find in us anything that allows us to replace them with a precise sign that you trace in a certain recognition. And in fact, the shapeless form have no other memory than that of a possibility, no more than a series of notes does not give rise a melody, a puddle, a rock, a cloud, a piece of shoreline are not reducible, analyzed. If the shapeless form, as refined for Bate, is met in first giving sine una struttura or scheda, for Valery, for this indeterminate and unanalyzable condition, it allows to mere possibility of being informed, a possibility that in fact remains uncertain without an ordering action. The works of an art isn't a creation, he says, Valery. It's a construction in which analysis and calculation and planning conduct the main role. Only different interpretation of these two texts is possible to derive a corresponding dialectic between the modern and the postmodern, as defined in the opposing couples proposed by the philosopher Ibn Hassan. The distinction between form conjunctiva closed and antiform disjunctive open can be attributed to the couples hypotax, paratax, root deep, result surface, origin cause, difference or difference, trace, and of course, meaning and significance. If we want pass to the architecture level, this consideration allows us, in a conclusion, to apply these antinomies to the architectural discourse, trying to show how the dialectic between form and sharpness it's at the base of a progressive and afflictive virtualization and the derealization of architectural artifacts in a perspective that some have called post-human. In this sense, Peter Eisman unexpectedly, in an essay of 1963, towards understanding of form in architecture, in architectural design, is appeared, reflecting on the formal foundation of architecture, goes on to formulate an architectural equation where the identified terms, concept, or intent, function, structure, techniques, and form ultimately interact, where form represents a magnitude above all other, because architecture essentially gives form. Quotation. The form can be can be generic, platonic, linear or centroidal, or specific and referring to the vague definition of configuration or connection between parts and whole. Eisenman considers it necessary to introduce the notion of moment and comprehensibility, for which the needs of formal clarity and inequivocal reference to archetypal solids become even more urgent. Contrary to the stability and clarity of the form of the classical and the modern tradition connected to essential relationship with construction. In these years of reductio ad imaginem, we assist programmatically renouncing to any form of correlative syntax, to the complete disarticulation between image and form, the first responsible for the seductive aggression, in a way a sort of avant-garde or retrogrades, to the sense, and the second relegated to a precarious hyperformalism that has its counterparts in the technological exhibition in obnulated access of form in reference to a dubious neo-naturalism. To this construction of system of hierarchies between the hypotaxis is substituted by a parataxis, from far being, at least, by Aldo Rossi, becomes the flarity, disconnected and metamorphic. In search of the root, both in the sense of foundation of a stability, original causation of form, it contrasts with the concept of rhizomatic proposed by Deleuze, multiply and agglutinated fastening that predices the dissolution of the space in between and distorted surface that, breaking the necessary bound with the construction level, become a mere support of advancing and marketing messages. Shapeless forms, which, far from expressing through the form of character of work as the implementation of the theme of meaning, being mere figures of the signifier, identically their condition of reality, producing no more than trace of inadequate notes capable to the mind, certainly not melodic harmonies, but nothing but noise, decomposition, and chaos. Thank you for your attention.
Proszę Państwa, no, znowu niestety nie możemy...
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we cannot have questions to the speaker but I think that we may approach this very deep philosophical lecture as a certain summary of our struggle with avant-garde. So if so I open the floor for discussion. We strongly encourage you to comment on our two-day meeting. If you do not have any comments, any questions, we'll try to start it
takie dwie myśli
by ourselves, on our own.
Osobiście przekrojem naszych rozważań.
So I have some concepts, some thoughts, some observations from today and yesterday. So my observation is that very often avant-garde is connected with a breakthrough.
Bez tego trudno nam uzyskać poczucie awangardowości
And
myśli,
otherwise we cannot have that avant-garde notion of feeling of thought. So it's about crossing the borders of our standards, of our
referatów, które tego dotyczyły. Ale można
way
również
of
mówić
working.
o w momencie, kiedy przekraczamy
But avant-garde is also about moving beyond the borders,
dotyczące
going beyond the borders of some concepts, some metaphysical concepts. So it's about perception of our environment, of what surrounds us. So it's about looking at certain limits of architecture. So we had certain concepts of architecture, mathematical models, psychological concepts. We use them all to explain our perception. So transgressions, it's about avant-garde structures, buildings which undermine what we believe cannot be undermined. And sometimes it's about changing responses to certain spatial concepts. So this is my first observation, that avant-garde is about going beyond limitations. And my second observation, which is also based off what I heard today, and that is also my message to you. So avant-garde is about the condition of the status of theory. We have this conference, and we're very grateful to this Kraków members of the academia. And with this conference, we can introduce some structure, we organize our thoughts which circle around chaotically sometimes. So it is about defining the space in architecture. It is about inventing a new order that allows us to have a better and deeper understanding of planning concepts. So avant-garde is about the definition of a status of theory, and it refers to what we have as professionals. A moment ago, Professor Amistadi, he quoted Schoenberg as an avant-garde composer, and that prompted me towards the intention to share an observation with you. The school invented by Schoenberg used to be called Viennese neoclassicism, and Professor referred to that type of creative concept of composition. So no sound is repeated in sequence, but there were 4 different rules. And actually, it's worth remembering that Schoenberg was not the inventor. So actually, that concept is based on the medieval chorale, and Bach works are also based on that concept, and Schoenberg only recycled or upcycled the concept. In the theory of music, certain phenomena that we consider avant-garde, they have come with a rich background, and this is why we have this impression of innovation. In the field of architecture, it is often that we overturning the table. So if we have something which is avant-garde in nature, it breaks with all that has been done so far and to the full. So we also had some references to tradition in our paper. So these are my observations, so perhaps anyone would like to share their observations with us.
Pan profesor mówił o słowie.
Yes, so maybe I would add something. Professor mentioned words, and I was wondering whether we are really in the right to call conceptual artists architects. So these conceptual artists create visions for architecture. Obviously, Woods was a practitioner. He worked with Salinen, but at some point he decided to cross the bridge and he proposes his visions, and we have a variety of artists in the history of architecture that we treat as architects or as artists, avant-garde artists, who are called architects or artists. I believe the situation is more complex in the case of architects who do not shape space in practice, and they remain in this virtual conceptual field. And the second question emerges. It's pretty easy to define the moment when avant-garde appears, when it breaks with the reality. But how long does it last? Somehow spreads the new branches, the avant-garde branches out, and it's difficult to define the point when the avant-garde ends. It's easy to identify the point where it starts, but when nothing new starts, where does the avant-garde end? And referring to the title of the final presentation, of the last presentation, many of the publications that we have in our book are deeply philosophical, and I believe that we could paraphrase at this point form versus anti-form as to be or not to be of the avant-garde and of innovation. Thank you very much. Let me add just a few words of reflection on the basis of notes that I made today and yesterday. So let me start with two elements related to avant-garde, with creativity. Because when we talk about avant-garde and about creativity, we talk about the creator and the addressee. Well, the word avant-garde refers mostly to creators. I haven't heard anything about avant-garde recipients, spectators. The avant-garde is about fighting against the popular taste, against the popular tradition, against this collective memory, against the habits, customs of the recipients that are to be converted into these avant-garde illuminated citizens, even though they may be quite resistant to this process. And the second thing that I find important is the difference between architecture and other arts. We have talked about it, about the fact that the arts are intertwined, but let me point out to one important thing. When we look at an avant-garde painting, or we listen to avant-garde music, at every point we may just turn off the music or just to take the painting off the wall. We can't do this with architecture. We are, in a way, destined, or we are sentenced to live with architecture, even the avant-garde architecture. So here we return to the concept of creative freedom, because creative freedom is irreversibly linked to avant-garde. This is what avant-garde is about, to externalize artistic freedom, to break the chains of tradition, of this fossilized tradition. But the question is it the freedom for the creators, for the artists, or for the recipients for the audience. And these two things contradict each other. And in a philosophical way. But I believe that philosophers would be able to handle this dilemma, especially Friedrich Hegel, who said that if thesis and facts contradict reality, well, the reality loses, and he had a lot of followers, including in politics. We were talking about Stalinist architecture, but at this point the architecture of this period may be seen as a fragment of the freedom that was supposed to liberate the people who are in darkness and make them ever happy as a result of this underlying philosophical approach. But obviously we appreciate the achievements of avant-garde and its contribution to architecture, to the arts. But as we have already said, for how long can you be avant-garde? When avant-garde becomes the winner who has conquered the habits and the past. It seems that the avant-garde artists, avant-garde creators, strongly supported by artistic criticism, they used to, and today they also partially set the tone for what is happening around us. So you need to be quite daring, quite audacious to go against the avant-garde. But these creators, they seem to be giving up their spot on the stage to another significant being. That is the audience. In my view, the audience of today start playing ever greater role. Why? As a result of transformations in our networked society. Today it is the network, the internet, that start to rule the minds of the public. It is in the internet that the most avant-garde ideas are being born, and they are being born quite unexpectedly, spontaneously. When you think about fashion, and I'm referring to clothes, creators start pursuing so-called cool hunting, so searching for novelties that emerge unexpectedly, spontaneously in the networked society, in the virtual society. In my view, the future of the avant-garde is in the net, in the internet, to the trends that are being born there unpredictably, spontaneously. And the creators that were put on the pedestal of the avant-garde in the past become subordinate to these trends that spread over the internet. If they fail to follow these trends, they will be eliminated from the market, because today the net, the needs, the marketing, obviously, that creates such needs, they determine professional success. So this is my brief reflection on the concept of avant-garde, its recent history, maybe its future. And let me at this point thank the organizers, Professor Kozłowski, obviously, for creating such an inspiring, original title and topic for us.
To ja dołożę do tych podziękowań dla pana profesora Kozłowskiego podziękowania dla całego zespołu z Krakowa,
my
dla
thanks
pani doktor Anny
for the
Miel,
entire
dla pani
team, for
sekretarz,
Anna
której już pan
Mielnik.
profesor dziękował, ale to my powinniśmy dziękować najbardziej, bo ona się z nami zmaga.
Thanks to her because she is handling us and assists us in all sorts of issues that we are confronting. Thank you very much. We are very grateful.
Za ogromną gościnność i za to, że państwo...
We are also grateful for the hospitality and for the fact that you are always creating this very unique atmosphere that is so conducive to our discussions. I don't know if anybody else would like to add anything. Professor, you should join us here at the very end at least. Come to the stage.
Bardzo dziękujemy raz jeszcze.
Pozwolę sobie nic nie dorzucać do myśli, że chyba wszystko zostało powiedziane. Ja chciałem bardzo podziękować wszystkim uczestnikom, prelegentom, mam nadzieję, że osobom oglądającym nas w internecie. Dlatego oczywiście bardzo dziękuję, że to wielki trud był oczywiście zorganizowanie tej konferencji. Nie będę się krytykował, ale pamiętajmy, że konferencja nie może istnieć bez osób, które napisały artykuły do książek i do wielkich mówców, którzy do nas mówili. Istnieje tylko dlatego, że Państwo do nas co roku przyjeżdżają i mam nadzieję, że tak jeszcze przez wiele lat. Ja co prawda nigdy nie ukrywam, zawsze mówimy, że to jest ostatnia konferencja. Przynajmniej mówimy tak przez miesiąc, dopóki nam staramy się organizować następną. Mam nadzieję, że uda się zrobić następną. Będziemy mogli Państwa znowu gościć, a Państwo zaszczycą nas swoimi świetnymi wykładami, świetnymi tekstami, którymi możemy się chwalić jako organizatorzy, skromni, bez uczestników,
humble
bez Państwa
organizers who wouldn't be here without you.
To sobie Państwo biją brawo w takim moim tekście.
This applause is for you.
Jeżeli już wszystko zostało powiedziane, to wszyscy są zmęczeni po tych 2 dniach. Ogłaszam zamknięcie oficjalnej części konferencji. Żegnamy Państwa w internecie. Żegnamy, my się jeszcze nie żegnamy. Dziękujemy.
Saying goodbye to our viewers over the internet, please.